Good morning. Oh, ding ding. Look what they did to my boy. Yeah, I see that. That wasn't very nice of them. Oh, calls on sleep at open. Thanks to you, I'm up 900%. Yeah, I didn't sleep much. No, no coffee yet. I literally woke up like 2 minutes ago. No, I'm alright, Carl. Thank you, though. Let me suggest a word to view IV30 charts for GME for free. Chart Exchange or Bar Chart, I think, has it. I don't know how accurate theirs are, but they're there. Hey, look, ETF FTDs. Yeah, Jimmy fucking ripping back to 0%. Thanks, Gilgamesh. I like M&M minis too. Okay, I don't like those. Those don't even make sense to me. Is it just what's the appeal of M&M minis? Is it because there's more candy? Like is it like a higher candy ratio? I'm not gonna get into this right now. It's too early. Thanks, Kendra. I appreciate that. It's like caviar, but for pores. Would you consider GME or Revlon to be a better buy at this price? Um, well, they're drastically different stocks. One of them is a moderately successful business. The other is actually bankrupt. The other is GME. How about spy calls? Ask me anything. Why? Why are you monochrome? Because I have two of the lights off. Oh, turn this light off too. So bright. Can't even open my eyes. You can blindfold me with dental floss right now. SQQQ getting shorted pretty hard. No. I think QQQ, it just isn't down as much, right? But they're both down quite a lot. What was SQQ? What? I'm sorry. The, the thing you're saying doesn't make any sense. What is SQQ? I know I have it on this list somewhere. Don't I? No. It's it's up 3 times what QQQ is down. That's what it does. See? Is Docu at a good price right now? What do you want to do with it? It sounds like you have a lot of confidence in their ability to not lose more money. I'm not sure I share your bullishness. It is very cheap. I think it's approaching its all-time low. Like, well, it's local lows, not all-time, but definitely approaching its local lows. Cheaper than it's been since September of 2019. I thought it was inverse SPY, not QQQ. It's it's in the name. Does it look like SPY breaks out today? I assume you mean the upside of it. It could. Why is Amazon doing so well? What the fuck is this? Why won't Riven die? People keep buying it at $32. They think it's Tesla. That's how it's SPY. Ugh. It's probably gonna pull back a little bit. Nice, Harry. Congratulations, man. Do you think active fund pressure from SPY downs will counteract ETF FTDs? It hasn't so far. $40K OI on the Rev 120.2335 with a 0.33 delta. I'm aware. I'm trying to find SLD dates, but nothing comes up. It's FINRA supplemental liquidity deposits. It's the Wednesday before the monthly options expiry. Next one's on 9/14. What's up, Jose? Which has better fundamentals, Revlon or SPY? That's actually a really tough question. No problem, Kisco or Kixo. Chinese IPOs at it again. ATGX was up like 8,000% yesterday. It opened at 750, closed about 500. This morning it's halted to the downside. Yep. Their country stole all their equity, and their billionaires are trying to get their money out. The problem with those is they spend most of their time halted. I don't think ISDA Phase 6 is going to impact anything. Full disclosure. Happy Byzantine New Year. 7531. YouTube, secure. Huh. Do you expect Bobby to go up in the next few days? Thanks. Oh, no. Maybe Tuesday. I have a lot of GME1 DTEs. Can you make it do the thing? That doesn't sound very smart. Um, it's doing a thing right now, right? What would be considered low IV for Revlon? Um, I don't know if it's had low IV for quite some time. Who the fuck is buying the SPY? I mean, I'm not. What are local resistances to the upside and downside for the SPY? That was a good question. To the upside, we have 395, 396. Well, 395.70, 396.78, 398. To the downside, ugh, which it looks like where we're headed, we have 389.70 and 387.46. You have to pay for extra theta for those? That's horseshit. Any Greeks for GME? Let me double check. Yes. I never asked the good questions. I just want to know when SHIB is going to launch. What are they launching? Okay, seriously, is there any reason to be in BBY at this point? If cost base is extremely low, maybe, but as a squeeze or quick gameplay, it seems ridiculous to keep hope. Am I wrong here? It can have some OPEX potential as long as it remains on Reg Show, I think. There's some FTDs, ETF FTDs on Tuesday. They're kind of low, but IWM doesn't fail like that much. How reliable are ETF FTD dates overall? Pretty reliable if you time them right. I don't think there's one that's ever been missed. We've had some smaller ones. Yeah, even there they did okay. They were not very prominent before the January run on GME. It wasn't, we didn't really see them, like they were there, but they didn't have much effect on price. After January, though, generally they lead to price improvement. You can see them before like every OPEX. Are you still interested in CAT? Yes. It's at 181. I think it's going to go lower with the rest of the indexes. Not implying that it is an index, but it's very heavily weighted in them. So if the market's dropping, it's generally dealing with a lot of like active fund pressure. because I wanted to have lights off because I woke up 18 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago. Can rev ups be revs, i.e. rev is revving? That's... I feel like we've done that already. I've been looking all morning and I can't find it. Oh, the... Shit. I forget the name of that DD. It doesn't have it doesn't have a lot of upvotes. So yeah, I know it's kind of hard to find on my history. It's on Pickle Financial though. Maybe if you like sort by DD, you could find it. Have FTDs been covered for today? I don't know. Maybe. I feel like we haven't traded very much volume yet. Today and tomorrow are the lower of the three days of decent ETF FTDs. GME DN 3870? I feel like that must be 28. But yeah, he wrote 38. What the fuck? Delta's flat. Oh, okay. I'll just pay attention to gamma neutral then. Alright. Delta neutral's weird today. If Rove stays in this price range, do you think I'll get assigned on my 650 CC tomorrow? Maybe? Time for the Amazon Jan 110s. Maybe. If Amazon fell back off again, though. Oof. It might be a little pricey right now. Yeah, they're still up a bit. I wanted to buy these at like 550. I really don't want to buy them at 580. Maybe I just go to like December? How are the December leaps? I don't need January amounts of time. Those are a little better. Huh. I'll think about it. I have time to buy those though. Jesus, Rev got slammed. What's the lowest you see GME going? It's probably not going to fall much below gamma neutral. What do you do with someone asking about the counting one for FTDs? It's probably 2870. I have 3007. Oh, okay, thanks, Bob. Can you look at Pixie? I've been doing some reverse split arbitrage and it's double halted upward. Or was reverse split 1 to 100 effective yesterday? Interesting. Wasn't that stock like sold super short at one point? Hmm, curious. Yeah, it's moving like crazy. Not a lot of volume though. Did the reverse split bring the free float down to 30 million? Or was it 30 million before the split? Why is volume so low today? Audio? I have no idea. It should be exactly the same as it was yesterday. Sold 8 Cs for next week at 10:30. Easiest 2K overnight. Nice. I got my Jan 110s for 511. Yeah, that's a better price. 550 to 5 is ideal for those. Check DM. What do we got? What's this? Revlon doing weird shit again. That's fun. Weird gap down. Where did the liquidity come from? Huh. Trying to kill IV. Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem with them killing IV, though, is people just keep buying more calls every time they do. You think they short everything you bring up? Maybe. Like Kathy Woods. What's on Pickle Jar poll for Revlon? What kind of poll? For like share ownership? What do you think about $40 9/16s for Jamie? Kind of far out of the money. I don't expect us to get like a big IV bump over the next few days. And waiting till Tuesday to shed your 9/16 calls. Yeah. I've just opened January 24s. Those have been open. Did I open more of them? No. Haven't those been open? A very narrow range on them. Yeah, I guess I should have kept my spy pits. At what point do you start hitting to convert your port to gold? Never. Gold is the worst. Good memes coming from Pickle Financial lately. That's always a plus. I haven't been on there for like a couple, besides like the daily DD, for like a couple days. Picking up a few leaps on our financial big value play. Rebecca down by 4%, yet Rev 35s are up from 110 to 115. I know. They're the best contract. You bought spy puts? Yeah. Just like zero DTEs. Finally, EPAM's coming down. And it took long enough. That's because NASDAQ's finally dropping. NASDAQ's down like 120 basis points right now. I wonder if I could get a... Probably not. Where is the plunge protective team? That's not how that works. GB's falling through the bottom of the bucket, and my 123, 237.50s are going up. Yeah, IV's up a little, but yeah, price is down. Those contracts don't have a lot of delta sensitivity, right? Jimmy May 25 gap between 22.32 to 22.54. Um, A25. Oh, damn it. I don't think so. Yeah, there's no gap here. No gap. Now's a good time to get near the money Jimmy calls for ETF FTDs. It's not bad. They're a little cheap right now. I might not have bought 30s if I knew we were gonna drop back to GN again today, but the SPY's coming down a lot harder than I expected it to. On the 1 minute chart? On IBKR, it shows the gap. I mean, IBKR shouldn't have as good a data as this. Can check on the 1 minute chart. It's gonna take me. Yeah, I'll check on TradingView. Yeah. Oh, no, it doesn't go back that far. I don't think there's a gap there that didn't fill in after hours and pre-market. I don't see it on any other time frame, and I doubt it would be as relevant on the 1 minute. What's the member chat FOMO yesterday? How does a change in VIX impact IV on individual stocks? VIX bump, same like IV bump? A little bit, yeah. It affects market-wide volatility. Or it's an indicator of market-wide volatility. So if the VIX goes up, IV kind of goes up everywhere a little bit. Your SpyPut isn't updating price. If I refresh it, it probably will. Nope, that's just the price of it right now. It's a 0 or 2 DTE. Should really just straddle here, but I want to. Can you explain what happened to ATXG? I think it's the same thing that we saw happen with like HYG. You just have like a lot of like insider sales turn, which is causing the price to gap up. What do I think is going on with all those Chinese IPOs? I like they're using them to embezzle money out of China. Put my gold Ko-Fi. What's that? There's a gold Ko-Fi? Was Rev dead? No. Probably just gonna go back to 650. It usually does this once a day. I am still bullish on Rev. Yeah. Japan's made several comments about how they're concerned by currency movements and volatility. Could they be considering selling US treasuries? I don't see that they have much of a choice. They need to do something, right? Because yen's running out of control, and they have their like inflation locked at like 2%, but producer inflation's at like 20-25 now. Like they can't keep that up for long. He meant his Ko-Fi about gold. I read that, didn't I? Oh, as someone who's gotten blasted by gold miners who have great fundamentals yet continue to slide, I can say gold is the worst for now. Yeah, gold sucks. Also, if you don't hang out at gold mines, you're less likely to get blasted by gold miners, regardless of how good their fundamentals are. Kind of, yeah. I'm sure they'll do an investigation into it in time. Quick name. Like 2 years from now, they'll investigate it and uncover some massive conspiracy. But for now, yeah, they're just going up like 8,000%. The problem is they spend all of their time halted. So you buy into them and it's really, really hard to sell. And that's the cost of laundering the money, right? Yen crashing bigly. I don't know about that. The yen's been like ripping for a couple weeks now. The yen is massively overshorted. Um, but yeah, it's at almost like 140. How's the VIX not shooting up? The market's moving down very slowly. Are they covering ETF FTDs into the market dip? Possibly, or they just covered whatever they had this morning and now it's dipping. We're finding some stability right here. I actually had a pretty decent amount of volume this morning. Couple 100,000. SPY 430 to 390 in under a month. Is it crashy times confirmed yet on MSNBC? What's the consensus on percent down to confirm? I mean, we're just back in a bear market, right? I mean, we almost went back into a bull market and now it's reverting, but this range on the SPY was stable before, at least moderately. Soft landing, same like SPY tank, but very steady. What expiration do you have on SPY puts? 1021. For my SPX puts, I do. I have 204150 SPX puts. SPY puts, the only position I really have right now is what's on the screen. I have a bunch of Amazon puts and puts on other shit, but not the SPY. Last time the 30-year bond got this low, the SPY was 350. Yeah, I mean the price of the SPY is ridiculous, obviously, but you know, like we went from 430 to 390 in a few days, but like a month ago we went from 360 to 430 in a month for what was no apparent reason besides a slightly okay CPI print. DPS's hopes are not for a soft landing now, but for a growth recession, which is very bad, of course. It sounds pretty dumb, uh, Lord Voldemort, but you know, yeah, just pretty dumb. Do you think October expiration is enough data to see 350? I wouldn't bet on that lower range. It's really risky. If the Fed can bleed off like enough speculative value in the market like before September, they may not move forward with like a 1.0 increase, right? They might move forward with like 0.75. What's up, Tanksimus? Hi. Thanks, man. Yen is ripping, crossing 140 now. As someone who is long yen and short Nikkei, I know. Yeah, I have downside resistances below 390. I don't know if this one does. This one should. Yeah, it's got plenty of them. You adding more GME calls today? I might add a couple at this price. I want to buy these back right now. I think I do. Uh, those I don't really need to touch. These I should buy back. They're worth nothing now. Uh, what's up, Lawrence? Exit spy puts yesterday with you. Made 60%. Much love. Nice, dude. I didn't exit spy puts yesterday. I bought some calls before close. Well, I went long on ES futures, which isn't really calls. Last night was a crazy night in the futures market. It was a good time. I almost lost an entire account, and then I got it all back. So you are a DGen. Always have been. Is ES market risky and dangerous? It can be. Oh, that was fun. Hi-Fi, you are the Parmesan to my pizza, the coil to my vape, and I will hang on to you like the last 2% of battery on my phone that always allows me to finish as I sit alone in a parking lot with a smile on my face. That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me, Kendra. Thank you. Spy rejection at VWAP coming in. My puts hope so. They would like that. Although my GME calls would not. It's confusing. I have mixed feelings. Any short-term predictions to the SPY? My puts are pretty green, but very long dated. So I can't decide to take profits or wait for a bounce to reposition or just hold. I expect at some point on the SPY we're going to see profit taking on the short side. I thought we would start to see some today. With the drop into this morning, it maybe even more likely. SPY, Tesla, Amazon, all bouncing back to VWAP. GME's still flat. They try to keep the price down before ETF covering. I mean, I think some of this is like active funds selling off, like to a degree. Uh, Phew. That was close. No volume on the bounces. Yeah, no. What do you think about my deep in the money GME calls right now? Deep in the money? Why? Are you gonna exercise them? Are you hedging something? How many CERN puts is too many? Is your broker still allowing you to buy them? Say being the first of the month have anything to do with rebalancing and the cost of GME? Rebalancing what? Girk, why did you do this to the spy? It wasn't my fault, I swear. Did you shed your calls purchased yesterday? No, I still have them. They're down a little bit. How many Rev 100Cs is too many? I don't have a good answer for that, actually. To capture the upside from FTDs or earnings or even exercise, it's free theta. You can buy 7.5 calls at $20 strikes right now. $20. Yeah, I mean, theta decay is, it's not free. It's cheap, but it's not free. Free theta, you'd have to go really far in the money. Like 1250. Even though it's not free, but it is much cheaper. It's much lower rate of decay. For me personally, I just send an envelope of money to Fidelity with a note. More CERN puts, please. Throw in a call or two to hedge. You've taught me much. beautifully, beautifully ordered, Sick Katie. Um, when you do that, does Larry Ellison like come to your house and thank you personally? Pixie up 150,000%. Apparently. What's Nerve doing? Is it doing excitings? Oh shit, it's doing that thing. FTDs are nothing burger yet. They're largest on Tuesday next week. About a November 30 call on GME. $30 call on GME. That's actually not bad. Covers both. I picked up some Rocket Jan 1924 $8.99 puts a few days ago. I was initially buying for a long-term put position, but it's been printing hard. Should I reposition or let it ride? Let me take a look at Rocket. It looks like you got a little more downside in them. And since you have so much time, you could probably wait it out. The next resistance down is at 7. I'm surprised they're doing so poorly. Yeah, Pixie did a reverse merger today. You ever had Chick-fil-A cookies? No. What's a good entry point on cat? I don't know if I would go long cat right now. Like everyone always wants to buy into this. Just wait. Wait till it drops off. Cat shares. Are you like day trading it? Because this looks okay, but if you're not day trading it, I don't know. No, long hold? Oh, I would target like 160. Like the 165, sub 172. I'm looking to reposition long on GameStop. Can you give me your thoughts on good entry prices coming up? I mean, the current price isn't terrible, but I think we'll see lower prices after earnings. Yeah, I think Delta Neutral's at like 30-ish dollars. Was your PT for Amazon 120? No. Hold on. I have to look at my chart. My PT for Amazon. Oh yeah, it is. It is 120. Sorry. for the 125s. That is correct. What do you foresee as being the lowest entry point this could get to after earnings? Low 20s? Maybe mid 20s. That'll really depend on how bad earnings is, right? If earnings is slightly better, it may only fall to around the same level. Earnings is already scheduled for the 7th. Holy fuck. Oh, SPY is staying so bearish. What? Most of my positions are short. I don't want the SPY turning green, particularly. SPY to 380, then back to 420. I don't know if it'll go back to 420. Maybe like up to like 411 on short profit taking. Would you consider Visa to be channel locked? Yeah. What's Fubo at today? 346. It's pretty cheap. 3 to 340, like 3 to 363 is a really cheap range. What's the next support on GME? To the downside? 2655. You're still in V? Yeah, I'm still short V. Why take profits at 392 when you can take them at 280? All right, that's too much. You really think we're gonna get a crash before the Fed meeting? Spy's just laughing at me. I hit my stop loss and then tanked. The same thing happened to me, dude. It's fine. Believe me, the loss is better than trying to fuck around with bullish reversals on the SPY. They can eat your positions alive. BBBY strike 1050, expiration 916, premium 1.2 million. Cool. Sold or bought? Calls or puts? You think we'll see 40 to 70% FTD creation again on Rev at some point? Through its next cycle, yeah. They cycle up and then they cycle down. If you look at the cycle before the big like failure cycle, It didn't have a lot of fails, like from June OPEX through like August. They cycle down. Still expecting positive price ETF positive price movement on GME today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, right? We need the SPY to stabilize, probably. If it stabilizes or bounces back into next week, then sure. This is rough. No, they're generally like 30 days long. You generally have like 2 reports of low FTDs, 1 report of high FTDs. Is there a global famine ETF? JJG? Euro's also crashing hard. US dollar squeeze? Huh. Interesting. Dixie at 109.8. Jesus Christ, T-bonds are getting wrecked. 238 basis points down. Maybe a rough fucking day. Give me the rundown. What should I be shorting in addition to SPX? You can go long SPXS. You can go short the SPY. You can go long VIX, but VIX isn't rising very rapidly. At least not yet. You can go long TQQQ. You can short individual stocks. Like I have shorts on Amazon and EPAM, Visa. Um, something else too. I'm out of Tesla, right? Yeah, I think I'm out of Tesla. That might be it. 30 years ago, about to go under 133. Ugh. How's TLT doing? Just getting hammered too. Yeah. 2% down. I'd like to see Fubo over $4 this month. Why? Just cause? Spy filling gaps today? I don't know if it has enough like velocity yet. Those gaps are really low. Is this panic selling? Sort of. I mean, there's definitely selling. I wouldn't say it's panic selling. I mean, like the spy's still trading extremely low volume. It's at like 20 million so far today. Even like minis aren't crazy high. There's some volume on them though. It's picking up. It's still early. 800,000. Yeah, there's a downside gap on Amazon. It's from what is it? It's like 130 to, well, I think it's mostly filled now. It was 130 to 125. And then there's, depending on what time frame you look at, there's like one at like 122. I think most of it's filled, if not all of it. I can't say I've been watching the Amazon chart super closely, but I think it filled yesterday. No, it finished filling today. But yeah, if you look here on like the 1 hour, I think, maybe the 15-minute, I think there's one more small one. The wrong candlestick? Oh. Huh. Alright, maybe there isn't. No gap at 22, I guess. I thought there was one there. On TradingView, it looks like there's one, but TradingView's data is usually kind of wrong. Are you DCing your Fubo calls? Yeah. How do you feel about Newegg as a company? They're fine. I think they actually like have okay revenue. I don't know if they have a lot of debt. I looked at them like last year and it didn't look so bad, but I haven't like done any analysis on them recently. They squeezed a couple times in a really weird way. Like they had some pretty heavy short interest. Holy fuck, I'm tired. What was that, Nerve? Oh, nice. Yeah, that was a really weak bounce. It definitely looks like the SPY's gonna head down some more today. Guess whose SPXU out of the money calls are starting to print? Congratulations, man. Yeah, Newegg's always done some stuff during the basket runs, Bob. It's had some pretty strong correlation in the past. Newegg had a news of a partnership with Intel. Like, what kind of partnership? Yeah, I don't really think someone's getting like liquidated on Pixie. It's just like I think it's just like another one of these like IPO situations. Well, it's not an IPO though, right? It's getting like pumped. They reverse split, right? So this can trigger like a share recall. How much has it been halted? Like the whole time? That's not gonna happen, Lewis. Oh, it's halted a few times. The whole time? Mm, have options? Fuck, they're already just like super deep in the money though. Oh, yeah, because they fucked the chain. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it because you'd have to buy stock on it. Looks like this SPY has support at 387. Where do you see the support and likely bounce targets? I think 414 and 425. I think like, well, 411, 413 to the upside, at least based on the current SPX positioning. Um, there's not a lot of upside interest beyond that. Um, as far as downside resistance, 389's been pretty strong in the past. 389, yeah, like 387, 47. Once it starts filling those downside gaps, though, I'm really not sure. If it may pick up some volume then. Right now, the volume's still really weak, so it's keeping it from dropping super quickly. I'm not really interested in Pixie. Trade spotting thinks we'll hit 19 or lower. Do you agree? Not at all. Not unless we get shorted after earnings. Like really, really fucking hard. Have you mentioned how low Tesla can go? It went below your PT on Pickles Picks. I mean, you can just follow the trend. I closed it. I closed when it bounced on my price target. But everything's still dropping, right? So, I mean, you can, if you're still in it, you can just follow the trend. Make sure you have stops, but you're like protecting your profits. But other than that, I mean, it can keep going down. Tesla's next like low resistance is at 257.37 and 251. So I mean there's plenty of room to the downside. Oh, I still have those fucking weird ETF calls. What was that thing called? TS TSLQ? Where are those? Did I buy them on here? Hmm. Ooh. Yeah, so this is fun. It's not as much fun as actually shorting Tesla, but it's still fun. Ooh, fuck. BB Boy slipped 9. That's rough. I have faith in a root run. I've been picking up options. Why? The chain is crazy illiquid. Yeah, because no one's interested in it. Do you have any strategy when it comes to buying options on an illiquid chain? Didn't that reverse split? Like, aren't you buying like oh, okay, it's got two chains. Make sure you're buying on the right options chain. Make sure you're not buying the root one options. Because those are 5. They're 5 shares. I don't think root is a good buy. I don't know why it would run ever. It has no short interest. They don't make money. The institution's already mostly sold out on the reverse split. I'm not sure what's supposed to be bullish here. Maybe you have a different thesis. I'd love to hear it. I don't even know why it's like a play. I keep hearing about it. Like a couple weeks ago, a lot of people were bringing it up, like right after they split. I shouldn't have bought so much theta on EPAM. On good way to hit your mid this week. Yeah, it's dropping quick. My 420s are up big. I think I'm gonna close. You know what? If it gets one more leg down, I think I'm going to close my short position. Because I sold like 500 shares short. Hmm. Thesis is trade spotting? Oh. Why? Like, why is he so interested in it? Is there something that I'm unaware of? Would you see AMD in the next couple of quarters? Cheaper than it is now. I guess I'll just set my stop on my shorts. We read up on AMD with their planned Zen 4 release. Yeah, a little bit. I think I'm back picking up some Jan 23 calls for 85.90. I'm also curious of your thoughts on October earnings. Yeah, I don't think their like Q3 and Q4 earnings are going to be very good. And then also, with macro expectations over the next like 3 months, I would be very careful going long at these prices. Carvana deal, cash on hand, and the way they sell car insurance. I mean, they do have a decent amount of cash, but they're an insurance company, right? Like they should have a float. That's that's like why Buffett's successful, but hmm, no problem, Ryan. I also plan on buying into AMD like quarter four, quarter one of like the end of this year, next year. How big a spread on EPAM option stop limits? You want it pretty wide. I mean, you may as well just, you don't want to put in a stop because you could lose a lot of your profits. But yeah, you definitely want a really wide limit. Cover calls equal cash flow. Yep. Let this buy come up to VWAP of the 30 MA, then short it again. Rinse and repeat. Free money today. Or, wait, there's more? Oh, hey, nerves moving up. I feel like I bought it low enough today that if it has another breakout, I'm good. There it goes. That's nice. The 30 MA instead of the 30 MA. I don't use MAs. Looking for far out of the money. Fubo calls. Fubo CSPs today. Okay with being assigned. 3.5 Fubo CSPs today. Okay with being assigned. How much are they worth? I mean, you might not get assigned on them, but 3.5s, 14 cents for tomorrow's expiration or for like next week. Next week isn't so bad because then, you know, you gotta buy in a little, like 330, 327. I've been selling some CSPs on Fubo. I bought a bear spread on the SPY. It can go up now. All of these like rallies into VWAP are super weak volume. GameStop's turning around a bit. You gotta learn how to set stop losses, Sir Lord Joseph Winchesterton. Maybe. Thoughts on Pixie? I mean, you have to buy stock, and it keeps halting. So you're unlikely to fill. You're gonna keep chasing up. Who knows when it's gonna come down? SPY doesn't look like the bulls have much juice. Yeah, these rallies aren't particularly strong. Even if it breaks VWAP, it's probably just a better opportunity to get into the short side. I can't do it on my app. Can't trade after hours either. I think I'm destined to lose all my money. What brokerage are you using? Yeah, nerves popping off, but be really careful trying to chase it above 12. I'm just gonna keep moving my stop up. Halifax, I chose them as I thought my money would be safer with them. I mean, you may want a broker that's better for trading, like IBKR. If you're going to be trading out of the account, you definitely don't want to be using a brokerage that doesn't have fucking stop losses. It's a matter of, you know, no buyers really stepping in, but it's also, um, you know, there's a pretty heavy put position on GME right now. So, you know, you've got the market maker selling into the downside, which is rough. Market makers like long calls and short puts right now. So it creates a lot of like downside volatility because yeah, they're selling into the falling price action. I'm gonna chase nerve. I'm dying to see some green in my port this week. Fair. Leaving your views on route aside, how would you approach purchasing options on the new illiquid chain? Be patient and wait for low bids to hit. I would use a like anytime you're approaching an illiquid options chain like that. First off, you want a lot of theta. Secondly, you want you want to use like a Black-Scholes calculator. Um, Figure out your bid price and then set it, and usually at multiple strikes, and just see where you get fills. Yeah, it's good for OPEX. No stop set on your GME 91630s. No. I'm only carrying them for 3 days. I don't think we're going to see that much more downside. We're already like just under gamma neutral. If we dive significantly away from that resistance, like if we fall below the 2650, I'll close them just because that'll be risk. But I think right now I'm okay keeping them open for a few more days. Do you think we have September OPEX or get pushed to October? It's honestly hard to tell nowadays. I mean, our setup for September OPEX looks kind of good right now. WMT is doing a thing. Ooh, interesting. Oh, that's moving pretty hard today. Did they have news or something? Oh, Costco August sales are up. And Walmart signed an agreement to buy their remaining stake in Massmart for 373 million, which is a South African retailer. Hmm. I've been using an options calculator and picking up options 20 to 30% below the options calculator price. Okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, that's the best way for you to handle it. Hey. Look, Revlon did a trade. Tesla does look dead, Victor. I know. You'll have to see if I think your best bet is trying to see if they somehow have a repeat of their split action from 2020. That might be your best bet. You're already like 90% down on that position anyway, right?
Mass smart, not ass smart. I'm not looking at fucking Walmart. Jimmy going down. Spy's coming back down again. I wonder how they're doing on Jimmy's internal is like utilization. We see any drop in that today? I want to check BBBY's internalization today too. So BBBY is starting to fall. Oof. Yeah, utilization fell really hard on BBBY right before the meeting. Went up a little bit yesterday. No, went. Okay, so BBBY utilization now at like 52. It's peaking at like the high 58 range on all of the dates where it ran, but down to 52 now. GME. Jimmy's utilization still sky high, 68.92. Barely dropped yesterday at all. It'll be really interesting when they dump that. I wonder if they'll dump it into next Tuesday. Yeah, we've been seeing, well, not the last 2 weeks, but since August 16th, we've been seeing a negative hedge built up on GME. I don't think that's quite 2 weeks yet. Is there a price that you double down on GME? 15? Not double down, but I'd buy more. I'd buy more at 20, honestly. Like, I'd start selling CSPs at, like, on a move towards 20. Is it comparable to March or May? Probably closer to May. Do you buy spy calls for a rally next week? I'll probably determine that tomorrow. Like tomorrow morning. I want to see what OI looks like tomorrow morning. You know, if there's a lot of short OI front loaded, for tomorrow's expiration, then yeah, I'll probably pick up some spy calls into next week. Good entry point for cat 60 DTE 190s. I'd wait. Unless you want to hold them underwater for a really long time. What GME news would get you to buy more? News? Probably none. I already have a ton of GME, right? 33, 35, still on the table for GME next week. 104K OI on Amazon 120p. No way MM want to start hedging that. It'd be interesting if it falls below 120. I'll never get assigned on my covered calls, but at least I have puts. September 13th? No, I think the Fed meeting is like September 21st, right? Is that right? I think the next Fed news is on September 21st. Is revenue board bullish news before October hearing in order to break 11? I think we'll have to see what happens over the next few days. I think like the 5th and 6th could be kind of interesting. OPEX will probably be kind of interesting. So I'm going to be watching those. Otherwise, yeah, the bankruptcy hearing could be very important, or the delisting hearing. My wife started reading technical analysis of the financial markets last night, and we set up a WeBull account and deposited $50. I'm well on my way to quitting my job and becoming a sugar daddy. Today I'm 1K down on my GME position, but I'm 1K up by furiously scalping Amazon and spy pits. All right, that works. Balance. I'm already like long on Costco. I wouldn't buy it at this price. But like a while back, Costco 450s, like October, were a pickles pick. And I went pretty deep on Costco at the time. I'm still in them. Um I might exit soon because I'm approaching like well I'm approaching pretty close to my planned exit. So yeah, if it falls anymore over the next couple days, like I think if it falls below like 509, I'm gonna close out. What do you think the chances are that Rev could actually get delisted? Honestly, I think they're kind of slim. Especially if it maintains these prices. No, Spy's been dropping pretty hard today. Is Kata buy at 180? No. Actually, below 182, the next resistance to the downside is 178.50. Then like 176, 171, 168. BBY consolidating for an upward move. Yeah, it looks good. Intraday at least. It's gonna stay fairly. It's probably gonna stay fairly pinned to 833 because that's their like sale target, right? So it's gonna trade like around that range. No, not SPY to 5. Which calls did you buy for ETF FTDs? I bought $30 September 16s. Oof, fuck. That was brutal. That SPY rally just got crushed. If delisted, calls dead. I mean, it moves to the OTC market if it gets kicked off NYSE. Jimmy ETF thesis still good until Tuesday. Still expecting 33, 36. Yep. I don't think my price target range has changed. I'll check Gex for today. See if any calls dropped off. No, calls are still pretty strong up to $33. 30 will be a bitch to break, but we might be able to. We'll probably get pulled back to it really fast though. So if you do have calls for ETF FTDs, don't overhold. Oh, and SPY recovered. Interesting. What you doing, SPY? Let's just take 50% on these. Well, looks like a lot of sold puts came in today for GME. I haven't really been watching order flow. That's usually bullish when you start to see this come in. Out of the money, I assume. Let me take a look. Not that many sold puts. A decent number of them. 30, October 20s, November 25s. Those are bullish. September 28th. Lots of calls sold off today. It's probably why we saw like a little bit of IV crush. It's looking a little better. Bonds improving. No. Yikes. Doesn't look so bullish elsewhere. Fubo 341, looking like it'll dip to 330. The next downside resistance on Fubo is roughly, yeah, it's like roughly like 331, 333. Spy action brought to you by 27 VIX. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help and I appreciate it. I may have missed it, but what is the VWAP price on Spy? It's like 390, 391.70. Reverse head and shoulders on everything. Spy. Yeah, you could say that's a. Yeah, looks better on the 5 minute, but it looks good. Thoughts on Beyond? I'm not super bullish on it. I think its most recent rally already died. I know everyone got really excited about it. It didn't even do that great, right? It's like at 42. Jesus, it fell off hard. Maybe around like the $20 mark. A lot of ETF FTDs on it, which is interesting. Or it looks, it at least lines up with ETF FTD timing. Had a nice run in March. Yeah, you know, if I saw a turnaround on this, maybe like price target $20 range, I wouldn't mind it so much. But I'd be looking at, yeah, like 21 or below 21. $92.50. Long-term price target for Fubo. 2 years, like $13 to $16. 1 year, eight to 10. I think we'll see intermittent prices higher than that, though. Did you take profits on Amazon? No? I have some 1 DTEs on it that I'll probably take profits on at some point today. Why is Jimmy down on ETF FTDs? Oh, because the SPY dropped like almost 100 basis points today. Also, today's not the biggest ETF FTD date. Tuesday is. So they're like, today and tomorrow have like okay ETF FTDs. Tuesday has a lot. Tuesday's like almost two times what today and tomorrow are. I don't like Apron. God, I get asked about that a lot. I love Walmart right now. Nothing a consumer says. Is this gonna drop hard enough to spike the VIX back above 27 or not? Jesus Christ, you get some volume on this. What are you playing for fun today? I was in and out on Nerve a little bit. I bought some Amazon 1DT puts. I played some Spy Pits. Um, that's about it for short-term stuff. Any thoughts on Dole before the recession hits? You're bullish on pineapple into a recession? I mean, you missed the boat on a lot of fertilizer companies. There was one I actually really liked, and then I forgot what it was. Was it IPI? Yeah, IPI is interesting. It's starting to normalize a little bit. Maybe wait till winter. You might get better prices on some of these. I mean, we are in a recession, but we're not talking about it. Like you're just the problem Mosaic is you're kind of just priced out of it, right? Like Moss is coming down a little bit. It's like 52 right now. But, you know, if you were buying earlier this year, it was like down in the 30s. Maybe if Moss comes back below $40, but I doubt it will. What are your thoughts on selling 30cc Jumia expiring next week? I'd wait for the IV bump from earnings. I'm still watching Avia. It seems to be getting some momentum. I mean, I looked at it a few times. I just don't like it very much. Who says options? They're cheap-ish. Technically, it looks okay. What they do? They're like a communication service provider. Eh. Is that it? That's the whole thesis, is it's on Reg Show? I just didn't want to have the light on in my face. I started the stream, I was still super tired. No, but it's worth knowing. I mean, it's good that it's running on Reg Show, but I'd have to dig into it more. By going back to 391, it looks like it's going sub 391. We need a Reg Show ETF. It wouldn't perform very well. People have already done like studies on that. Like the performance of stocks that have been on Reg Show for more than 13 days is not super great. Most things that end up on Reg Show are like over short pieces of shit. Also, and I don't know where this came from, in the last couple weeks, there seemed to be this assumption that when super liquid stocks are put on Reg Show, they're going to do big ups. I can only assume it's because Bobby got put on Reg Show. So, you know, if you think about like fail to volume, right? Specifically for BBBY, because that's the one that everyone's interested in right now, right? You know, BBBY is having these huge volume spikes, but it's only failing in like this upper boundary, right? Like, and these peaks of failed volume are minimal. Like the 3 days we have from the previous report, you know, there's tons of volume, but they're only failing at like 2, 3.5, and 2%. Which is actually like a really, really low fail to volume ratio, right? So the stock's crazy liquid. Even during its run up. And even like the next few days of the run up through the 17th, like I highly doubt the fail to volume ratio gets that much above like 5%. So it's just not failing a lot. It's failing enough to get on Reg Show, but it's not failing a lot. And then you think about that. Think about the forced settlement of those, right? Like that first day with like 900,000 volume failed. Or whatever it was. I don't remember. I have to go look. 1 second. I think that might have been the second day. Let me just double check and make sure I'm right or wrong on that. Was it the second day? No, first. Yeah, no, it was 914,000. Sorry. So that first day was 914,000 failed volume. So say this is force covered. How much price improvement do you think that's going to lead to on a stock that's trading 30 to 40 million volume a day? Like, even if it's pure buy volume, and the assumption would be that half of these are long at least, and according to the SEC, more than half are long. That, like, it'll create volatility, but it's not going to create like a lot of price action. Like, it's not just going to be like straight up. And we know that on GME when we see FTDs closed, right? Like, we get volatility, but we don't get a lot of price action. Is there anything you would go full port into? Never. GME at $10, maybe. GSA, my father-in-law is pretty invested, and I really don't see the bullish thesis being very likely that Apple will announce a partnership at their next event. I thought Apple already like announced like a preliminary thing with them, right? I mean, from a technical standpoint, it looks very good. Like, it looks like it's moving through like a Wyckoff, like classic accumulation into like phase C, phase D. It looks like they're doing some stuff outside of Apple that's pretty good too. They got a $327 million contract for more satellites and Feb. Revenues rised in quarter two on losing earnings. Deploy service for monitoring and renewable energy stations in Latin America. I don't know how valuable that is. Yeah, last three earnings have been neutral, but better than expected. It looks solid, but slow, like real slow growth. Cash flow is decent. Cash flow in 2021's massively improved. And really good through Q1, Q2 of 2022. Carrying a bit of debt. Book value is really low. But you'd expect them to trade at a multiple if they keep landing contracts. I don't know. It doesn't look terrible. He could be in worse stocks. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the Apple thing's going to play out or not, but Will the IV be much higher Tuesday versus tomorrow? It'll probably climb all the way into earnings. I would imagine the biggest spike will be the day of earnings. So on the 7th. So MM's choosing to fail the peaks. I think it's just because they're running out of free liquidity at a certain point, right? And then they're, generating synthetic liquidity. Or, they're generating synthetic liquidity in bursts throughout the day. It's probably more like if you look at BBY's liquidity intraday, it's probably very volatile. And then, this range is failing. Have you checked out Avia? Yeah. All over the short squeeze Reddit sub. Isn't that enough reason to stay out of it? I like that it has options. I'm completely underwater on BBBY CSPs. Would you buy back at a 50% loss? Or keep rolling them out and down over the next 6 months to escape? It depends on how long you want to tie your capital up for. Silent Killer. No, we're talking GSAT. Maybe bullish on the company long term, but the short term outlook could be pretty bad if there's no announcement. I agree. I mean, I don't see a lot of news surrounding the Apple, an Apple merger or an Apple buyout. Is closing my in the money puts to buy a slightly lower amount out of the money closer? So it doesn't seem very hyped. I'm sorry. Closing my in the money puts to buy a slightly lower amount out of the money closer expiration date puts a good way to take profit. It's a weird way to take profit. But yeah, you could do this. You're just kind of rolling down. So you're pulling in the expiration and rolling out of the money. I mean, that's just like opening a new put position. It's like closing your puts and then opening a new put position that's nearer dated. It's not terrible. I mean, if you think it's going to keep going down, but you want to take some money off the table. Although your farther dated puts that are in the money might be better at capturing this low volume decline that we're seeing across the market than a shorter dated out of the money put would be. You expect some Jimmy ups today? I don't know. It doesn't look very good. Maybe into the late afternoon. We've picked up a little bit of an uptrend, but we're mostly following the market, and it's not doing well. Hey, Revlon's back at 650 again. Old me would have bought back my Rev $7 CC at a loss. Now I just chill and know I make money either way. Then I bought another 100 rev. Nice, man. Congratulations, dude. What price do you think the SPY could retrace to before more ouchy downs? So that's good. So it's partially going to depend on how much it drops, right? It's dropped a lot over the last week. And when profits get taken on that, you know, the more put strikes that go in the money that get closed and repositioned, like the higher the surge is going to be. So it's kind of like the more it drops, the more it's going to go back up. If that makes sense. Like the reversal. Right now I think like 411 based on like upside call gamma, I would say 411, 412 looks really likely. Provided it doesn't drop into like the 385 range, right? Then that expectation might lower a little bit. I'm starting to notice patterns when trading. Is this it? Is this how you see the matrix a great one? Humans are really good at picking up on patterns. It's just that usually those patterns don't mean anything. If you can assign meaning to those patterns, then that's good. If you can test them and the results are repeatable, that's you need to eliminate bias there, but there's a lot of observational bias when people are looking at the markets. I think I'm just gonna take profits on these. I don't like the stability right now. Hmm. Downward head and shoulders. Where's the hold on? That doesn't look particularly bullish either. Maybe like mid next week, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, we might see a bounce back. I'm not going to play the upside. I'm just going to look to reposition short again. Every time I see your positions, the number of Rev 35Cs has gone up. If you guys saw, I posted the like Vega curve for the Rev 35Cs on the Discord last night. If Revlon starts moving, right? Like if it hits like $11 or $20, the multiplier for Vega on those $35 contracts is fucking crazy. Like at $11, it hits like 2.18 Vega. Which is double the IV value. When you check OI in the AM, is that on shift search? You can download it from CBOE. I don't think shift search shows OI. Does it? Have they updated it? Doesn't that mean the contract price will go up 2% for every 1% change in IV? Yeah. I think there's like 40,000 contracts open on the $35 strike. Obviously, the problem there being that, you know, the 30, like the delta value of that's pretty low. It's like point, what are they today? Point, this doesn't give that. Okay, hold on. What's the delta on this? 0.31, so 0.33. Yeah, everyone's gonna have a little variation in it. So it's like 1.2 million shares hedged or should be hedged. Do you have any expectation for what you think Rev could do? When you think Rev could do something? October-ish? Or is this just no way to tell? Just wait and be ready. I mean, obviously, like forced any kind of forced covering or closing of the position is super unpredictable. So it's really good to have to be positioned for whatever happens. And then, you know, if you can scalp profits occasionally, that's nice too. I mean, it really just takes Revlon moving up a little, right? Because those contracts are delta sensitive, it puts it in like a tricky situation, right? Um Hold on. I'll pull up the like Black-Scholes model so you guys can see it. Um What's Rev's current price? 6.58. Strike is 35. Time to expiration's what? 120, 141 days. Ball is 261.29. Risk-free rate. What's row? Why don't I have row on here? Went through it. Okay. So it's $7. Gamma and delta on the contract flip. And the delta starts climbing above 7. And then delta at So at $11, Delta hits 0.55, which means 40. So hold on. So maybe this will give you guys a better idea of a lot of other things too when we talk about this kind of stuff. Hold on, me. Oop. Okay. So if you look here, this is the spot price on the bottom. This is Vega and Delta. Delta's the green line. Vega's the orange line. So right now we're trading like just below $7. Like 0.36 or 0.33 Delta. When this rises to like 9, this contract's at 0.5 Delta. And Vega hits 2.3. At $11, Vega hits 2.8. It's almost a 3 times multiplier. And those contracts hit 0.55. At $14, they hit 0.6, right? So right now, if 1.2 million shares are being hedged, you know, at 0.7, that's another 13 shares per contract, which is like 520,000 more shares would have to be hedged. Which is 16% of the free float. So they actually represent a lot of risk for the market maker, which is, you know, one of the reasons like Ivy's priced so high. But at $9, it's almost 2.8 multiplier, means that, you know, that implied volatility as represented in the contract value is like 600%. Oh, more. Almost 900%. This is 261 times 3, or 261 times 2.8, which is 730. Like, do you explain why the delta value is so high? Well, they're not really that far out of the money, right? At least not with the implied volatility as high as it is. Yeah, but IV's really high, Bob, and they're really far dated, right? They're 141 days to expiry. So because the IV is so high, and the length of time to expiration, delta's higher. Yeah. No problem, man. What website is this? It's this is just like goodcalculators.com. I just typed in Black-Scholes calculator. Most of them will display a like a curve graph like that. But gamma and delta flip at $7, right? And that's one of the reasons I think they're trying to keep us below 7, because when that flips, then, you know, gamma starts to go down, delta starts to rise, which means they have to hedge more after $7. At what point can the MM refuse to sell more? I mean, why would they want to not sell them? If they're hedging them properly, why would they care about selling them? The MM is supposed to be neutral, right? Sure, there could be fuckery. You know, at least the reason for the PCO is valid. I don't like it, but it's a valid reason for the PCO. And that's just because they opened up two strikes at once and one strike was invalid and the other wasn't. It's not like they've PCO'd like in the money leaps or anything like that. And then put pricing on Revlon's normalized again, I think, or closer to normalized. I'll check the delta skew, but yeah, I think it's like pretty even. Put in call IV, yeah, put in call IV yesterday, both at 212 for IV 30. So there've been a couple opportunities though where you could go like massively synthetic long for nothing. Like 2 to 3 leaps for each put sold. But that's good though, right? Because we're seeing that put skew dropping. And when it normalizes, you know, if call skew starts to pick up, the MM is going to start hedging the upside more. And that's kind of like the same break point we saw occur on BBBY a few weeks ago, right? Where that put skew started to slowly flip, and then, you know, Bobby just rocketed up. Except, you know, BBBY has a float that's like 5% the size of Bobby's, less. And it's not in any ETFs, so there's no like synthetic liquidity pools. Yeah, it's 4% the size of Bobby's float. Still bullish on Bobby for Reg Show. Maybe for OPEX. I don't have a lot of hope for it before then. If it can stay on Reg Show into OPEX, then it gets really fucking bullish into the end of the year. It needs to generate some obligations while on OPEX. Key concern is bankruptcy is actually on the table, right? Well, no, bankruptcy is already filed, but it's a Chapter 11, right? It's a restructuring, and then they got a $1.4 billion loan. I haven't written any DD on it yet, but I have a video that kind of goes over some of the key points. Yeah, Rev shouldn't have a significant amount of FTDs due over the next couple days. Maybe when we might see some price action from them clearing it off Reg Show on August 1st, but that'll be like the 5th, 6th. Yeah, I've been buying like 150, 200 of the 35s at a time, Bob. And then when IV spikes, like when they hit like 150-ish, I sell half and then average back in when it drops. The first day I bought in, those contracts went up like 400%. So I sold all of that original position, and then I've just been kind of repositioning in. But I have shares too, so I have exposure one way or another. Is Stocksera a legit site for data? It's fine. Just don't use their T35 count because it's wrong. Okay, yeah. Spy breaks this. upper trend. There. 1 million volume. What site is better for T35? Count it yourself. They're all wrong. I haven't found one that's correct. Yeah, you can have a lot of fun with contracts that are that Vega sensitive on a run. I've got my finger hovering above SPY 392 puts, but I'm not sure this time. Well, it just hit the upper resistance for the downtrend today. So if it gets rejected hard here, bearish. If it pulls back minimally to like back to this like resistance right here and bounces, like if it pulls back to VWAP and bounces, that would be bullish. It looks like it's picking up some strength to the downside though, so that's kind of bearish. Let's see if it breaks the lower trend. How wrong? I mean, just wrong, right? Is it wrong because it's not T plus 2 plus 35C? No. Because the date the fail is reported on is T plus 2, right? Well, you assume that the date it's reported on is T plus 2. It can actually be T plus 2 plus 2 before the fail is reported, for the MM side. But yeah, I found the 35-day count to frequently be trading days. Some of them have it as calendar days, but then those seem to, like, whatever, spreadsheet or whatever they're using to figure out the date will ignore like holidays and stuff. Like it'll count holidays, and you just run into like a lot of like counts that are like 1 day off. It's better just to do it yourself. How do you know what numbers to enter into the calculator? What you just it's you just put in the values for the option. Never trust Carl. His T count is always low. Oh, Carl, on your thing, something I noticed last night, your fail to volume ratios, are you doing T plus 2 volume? So volume from the trade date on the fail date. Or are you doing volume from the fail date? Because it's volume here weighted against fails reported. I thought this was gonna be about Carl's penis. I'm not interested anymore. August 1st volume for August 3rd fails. It's T2. That's on selling 7.5p, Jan 23 on Rev, buying 10 and $35 calls for a net credit of 1.2 at the ask and 2 at the bid, all for Jan. Selling 7.5, buying 10. What's your max risk on the your net credit 1.2? So, I mean, yeah, I guess worst case, you have to buy X number of shares of Revlon at 630 a share. It's not terrible. Okay, Carl, do you have the DD for the counting the FTD dates? It's like a note on something. I think it's called like a note on something FTDs. It's not the Dooms one. Or maybe it is. Dooms might be part of it. No, it's not Dooms. God damn it. Let me see if I can find it. It's like 3 months old. I asked before and it wasn't that one. I'll see if I can find it. Hold on. You sort by tag? Hmm. Yeah, we can't sort by tag. That's weird. Um, Man, this post was not very popular. I have no idea where the fuck it is. Did SS delete it? I don't think so. They've not deleted any of my other DD. I should really do something with all of that DD. Like, put it somewhere. Oh well. Did I post it on SS? I'll never find it if it's over there. I think it was on, maybe it was on, oh, maybe it was on the old, like, our fucking Dillionaires or whatever. Yeah. I found it. Here. I'll send it to you in DMs too. Why is Party the only green stock on my watch list? I have no idea. Can you post this in Discord? Sure. I think it should be in the announcements channel somewhere. If you guys ever want to find like DD I've written, I almost always post it in announcements. Counting FTDs and shit. Thank you. Yep, that's the one. There's an 8-minute gap between two 1-minute candles on Rev today. This stock is hilarious. It's pretty fun. I like it. Would you consider a buy right strategy on Fubo? Like 500 shares of Jan 20C 2023? It's not terrible, I don't think. I can tell you what buy rights are for Fubo. They're okay. Jan 23 is their 30% return at the money. Which 30% return per share at the money. Although I wouldn't want to write so low for January. I mean, my intention with Fubo is that it is going to be, it's picking up some institutional interest. So many of these like short volatility stocks, are losing institutional interest, right? Because they drive so much IV into them that institutions aren't really very interested. And that that removes the institutional risk from the stocks. But Fubo is picking up a lot of institutional interest, which means price improvement, right? And if it gets price improvement and continues to generate large quantities of implied volatility, then I think we'll end up with a scenario where we get a stock kind of like GME, where we have this really good like weekly and bi-weekly CC opportunities that can then be used to compound ownership in the underlying. Which is, I think, what a lot of people were hoping Bobby would be if Cohen stayed on board over time. Like, because ultimately you don't want a company that's going out of business to do that on, right? You want a company with a brighter future, like GME. Did Carl buy the float on which? Any idea on why wheat is falling so hard? No. It's just down 3%. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say it's falling hard. It's everything's kind of down today. It doesn't look like there's a lot of upside move in commodities. Bond prices have been taking a pretty big beating today too. Historic volatility isn't the implied volatility of a strike over time. It's the historic volatility of the like whatever stock you're looking at. To view a stock, like a specific strikes IV over time, I don't know. Why do you care? Just look at the IV 30 on the stock. I want to see if Ivy is higher now than it's been in the past and its effect on the price. I mean, just yeah. So just look at the Ivy 30. Ivy acts as a multiplier weighted by Vega. Think of Vega as like the delta of Ivy. You gotta understand, not everybody was brought up by hustlers. I don't even know what that means. Hustlers. Kirk raised by Jay-Z. Great magazine. Fubo's the nerdy girl we ignored all this time because we were too busy trying to get with the popular girl to see that Fubo was the super hot one all along. You know what it is? Fubo's the one that looks good without makeup. You know what I mean? Like if you it was funny, I was digging a bunch into um like former like GME like reg show listings, and Fubo was on there like the whole fucking time. I'm not ditching Rev. Fubo's just not the same play at all. Fubo's really liquid. It's just, they're actually, versus the other companies we're looking at, which are, going bankrupt or have no forward outlook. um, Fubo's doing the opposite of that. They're building what looks to be a successful business. So Fubo's like growth. The others are just skewed value perceptions in the market and over short positions. Rebecca's literally bankrupt, right? They've already filed bankruptcy. They have a delisting hearing in October. Fubo's getting broadcasting rights for like multiple sports leagues and trying to do like in-app online betting. Like the NBA Final Four with fucking, spread betting built right into the stream. I mean, it beats an NFT marketplace. There's businesses that don't fail in a recession: gambling, liquor, cigarettes, prostitutes, makeup. Don't get me wrong, if Revlon beats its bankruptcy, or they're able to restructure their debt and finally tell Citibank to fuck off, um it's got potential. Fubo X GameStop esports betting collab when? As soon as Ryan Cohen finishes building up his position in Fubo. His buy-in on the on the 16th hasn't been reported yet. No one's cooking my food. Is there a Fubo DD? Yeah, but it's in Dillionaires. I'll put it out for everyone. I'll copy and paste it. If RC buys into Fubo, I'm getting out on the first green candle. Oh, you're lying. It'd be he probably couldn't, honestly. Like the CEO owns 22% of the shares outstanding already. And keeps buying more. He's been buying quite a bit. It would actually be a good partnership if they were going to do any kind of esports broadcasting or anything like that. I don't think they will. I mean, obviously that's absurd, but you know, tying it in with like NFTs and like sports collectibles could be a thing. Or using NFTs to authenticate sports collectibles. Oh, I don't like that bounce. Didn't you do this on the 5 minute? Too much fucking noise. Okay, so on the 5 minute, it's still pretty spot on. Hmm. You Jimmy Clouds got bagged. Thanks for all the tendies, Citadel. Doesn't Fubo look like it's just melting down? It is. It's accumulating. They traded more volume on the 16th than they have in like the last year. I think so far it's holding the uptrend after the run on the 16th. Do you have a risk in mind for Fubo? I mean, the stock's at $3. I don't know, for a long-term hold, I don't know how much downside risk you're willing to take. That seems reasonable to me for the potential upside. I figure at 13 in 2 years, maybe higher, right? Yeah, I'm okay with $3 a risk, $10 a profit. Spy 388 end of day. Maybe. Still got to break 390, which it hasn't done yet. Got a double bottom here. Is it really $3 of risk if there's little chance the company goes out of business? Yeah, because they could. Are you more bullish on Fubo or GME at the moment? I mean, I own drastically more GME than Fubo. I don't even have that big of a position on Fubo right now. Like 50 grand. Small. That's smaller than my Revlon position. MOASS will never happen. We all know that. What do you think this is? This isn't Matt Core's fucking stream. Go troll someone else. Dumb question. Novo Nordisk bought out from Forma for $20 a share. How does? How much is the shares of the company being bought out right now? I'd imagine they're already at $20. If they're not, nice. You'll probably have to wait for the arbitrage. That's like the Activision buyout, right? Ryan Cohen's selling GME next week. Is it 30 days? I think he's been able to sell for a little while. When was the split? The 22nd, right? Yeah, tomorrow. I think he can sell tomorrow. There's tax-free dividend shares. Tax-preferred dividend shares. Who cares about MOASS when you're making passive money on CCs? Seriously. Citadel sells volatility. We sell volatility. Same like. Kenny, if you ever want to reach out and set up some kind of like partnership, let me know. Because it's fun. It's fun to be shilly. Because people like you get all like, oh my god, that sounds shilly. We're just out here making markets right alongside them, right? Checks SS, sorts by new. Rank these 4 stocks in terms of your bullishness in the short term. Rev, Fubo, SST, Bobby. Bobby SST. Everything you joked about RC coming true. Yeah. It's almost like when dealing with business and capital markets, there's no altruism and everyone looks out for themselves. Wait, are we selling new or used volatility? Used. Volatility resellers. If you have a $40 cost basis and haven't been selling CCs, well, then you should probably ask yourself why. Would I be better off selling on the next rip and buying GME to lower cost basis, or just aggressively sell CCs with current cost basis? You could do both of those things, potentially. I mean, if you're selling CCs, you'd have to take some risk to lower your cost basis by any noticeable amount. Like, you'd have to sell CCs below your cost basis, which is, you know, fine. Just be ready to buy them back if things move against you. If you understand, like, cyclical pricing on GME, it's really not very hard to sell covered calls on it. DMs, I think that's correct. Ooh. Beautiful, Carl. Yeah, I think that's now accurate. For the fail to volume ratio, yeah. That looks much better. It's fucking crazy how fast it ramps up. So did this DD on why Gherk is making all this money. He's restoring the old kingdom of Persia as a safe place for his centaur brethren. Wonder what the endgame date range is. I mean, they're still going through bankruptcy hearings, so it could drag out a long time. I have shares for a reason. I think the next big event is obviously going to be if it maintains NYSE listing in October. But I missed the 125% FTD day now. It's better to have correct data, Carl. Even if it's not as nice for massaging your bias. I'm now convinced that Rev 35's inverse the pricing of the underlying. They're now up another $5. I mean, the market maker will start to price up IV before it runs the stock, right? You know what's really pissing me off is the SPY's back at 390 and Amazon just won't drop below 124. How's the Rev thesis dead? Gordon Ramsay, Michelin star bear. It takes time for the FTDs to build up. It takes time and interest. As Rev's delisting hearing approaches, especially if it maintains its listing, then, you know, that's going to drive a lot of interest into the stock, right? Which is going to create, as we know, a lot of fails. Hey, it did it. I finally went under. What's important on Revlon and the core thesis behind its eventual price improvement is that it fails at a rate greater than their ability to cover those fails. So once it begins failing, they can't cover the fails without generating more. Carl, do you want to I don't know if you can, but if you can you do the chart back through before June 17th from the previous failure period so people can see how it cycles? If you can go back to Jan 1st if you want, it'd be great to have the historic data. No, not back to 1999. Just enough for people to see how the FTDs cycle. Fuck. Just drop, you piece of shit. Amazon holding up the SPY. It's really annoying. It's like the second my 1 DTE slip in the money and theta drops down, it bounces. It's like, haha, just kidding. Then it burns a bunch of theta. And then it bounces again. No, it's downtrending, and the drop is decent, but it's just really fucking slow. That's all. It's still midday. If it's gonna continue to fall off into the end of the day, it'll pick up steam in like the afternoon. It's just annoying because I have like a bunch of Amazon 1 DTEs. They're up. I mean, they're doing fine. It's Can October hearing plus T plus 2 plus 35C plus reg show plus ETF forwards, etc., get past Jan calls? I don't think so. You shouldn't, I mean, if you're in Jan calls, you shouldn't be in 100% of them for like a long holding. If you get them cheap, you should probably be selling them when they spike and then buying back in, or selling part of the position when it spikes and buying back in on the next low. So what I've been doing is like I'm buying like 150 to 200, and then when it spikes, I sell off like 75 to 100 of them. And so far, my entire Revlon position is like all my shares and options are free. Just doing this. I have none of the original capital I put into Revlon is still in it. You're waiting for a potential ETF FTD run between now and Wednesday to sell some CCs on GME? Yes. Even after today's drop, 33. Yeah, the call interest to the upside is still pretty strong. Up to 33. It's 30 that's a problem. 30 has a shitload of put gamma. It could be, if we don't have sufficient volume or a nice turnaround in the market, it could be really, really hard for Jimmy to cross 30. But if it runs up to 30, I bought my $30 calls at like 28. So they'll print. I'll make a profit, minimal, but that'll be fine. How did you make out on e-minis? So I made a bunch of money right at market close because the market, like, futures immediately rallied. Then I closed 2 contracts right away. I left a third one floating. Then it like flash crashed, so I went short really fast, and then got a shitty fill on my last remaining long contract. Then it bounced back up, and I flipped long again. Then I got burned on that as it traded flat. And started, like, it traded flat for about 30 minutes and then started to fall off, and I got burned on the long contract. And I flipped short again, and it just went straight down. Yeah, those things are fucking expensive. I should put more money in there so I can like hedge better, but I don't. It was good though. I was up like overnight. I was up like 76% at the end of it when I finally stopped trading them. Do you trade futures much? I used to do it more often, but now I'm usually too tired to do it at night. All right, fuck you, spy. $391.28. I don't know. This is decent volume. The daily on Revlon looks super fucking bullish too. Like we just keep moving higher and higher. It's slow, but it's moving up. Rejection? I'm not selling CCs this week. Oh, I'm definitely gonna sell CCs into earnings. You just buy them back in the morning after the IV crushes. It depends on how much IV goes up, but I'll probably sell CCs into earnings. Volume is so low. I mean, they don't want to trade a lot of volume on it, right? Because the volume will fail. It's not ideal for them to trade volume unless they need to clear something. What for Fubo? Sisyphus? Volume on Rev drops off day by day before each run the last 2 to 3 runs. This volume is pretty extreme. I didn't see it really get below 1 million any other pre-run. Yeah, this is really low. You seem really confident end of week SPY rally. Why are you so confident it's not going to break down through 390 and keep going? Because there's a lot of short dated puts that are going to take profits. They're already way up, right? Looks like they offloaded a lot of internalization today. Yeah, probably. We'll see what happens. Jimmy surprisingly went up yesterday. Like the utilization rose up again. It's been going up every day since the 16th. I know you're viewing DRS, but do you think it would actually have an effect? Hypothetically, everyone on a stock DRS are still no problem for MMs. I mean, MMs don't give a shit, right? Like they can just create something. They're a supplemental liquidity provider, right? They just create liquidity if there isn't any. Rev is dead to me until it hits 7. That'll be the greatest investment opportunity of our generation. I never. Thanks for describing the short dated puts on the SPY. That's the stuff I come here for. What's the significance of that utilization rising at this stage in the cycle? Usually we get some spikes around this part of the cycle, before like ETF FTDs are cleared, but they usually fall off really fast, and they're not sustained. What's really strange about utilization for GME over the last several days is it's remained very high. It has not dropped off at all. No, I got stopped out of my Amazon position on Visa. EPAM's just killing it today. Did my shorts stop out? Yeah, cool. I'm not short. I have no short shares on it anymore. Yeah, I don't like shorting stocks. That felt terrible, but it was worth it. Have any of you actually just straight shorted something? It's the most intense risk. Especially when you short something bullish like EPAM that's just been like gone up $100 over the last month. You've sold short this SPY? Ugh. Thank you, really. No problem, Isidar. Thanks so much, man. What do you think of DCAing your GME September 30s? I'm considering it, seeing as how I'm down 50%. I have September 16s. I don't think they're down 50%. They're down 25%. I might average them a little. The SPY bounce is kind of bullish. I don't know what the next school of stock video is going to be about. I think I want to start building like, or start making like the kind of more foundational videos. You know, the first couple I made were very much addressing questions at the time, but now I think it might be better to go back and do everything before that, before I move into like more advanced things. What do you think of Avia? I don't know. I gotta look into it more. Options are cheap. You can chase it if you want to, I guess. 25 times 13. One of the best of trading, slightly above average cooking tips, and a gentleman scholar out there. Thanks to the advice, laughs, and welcoming hand, no other dickle I'd pickle with. Thank you so much, Lentil Burrito. I appreciate it. Isn't straight shorting the way more risky but much less profitable than puts? Yeah, so on EPAM it's really hard to get fills on options. So I had a bunch of like put option bids open. But I was as I was waiting to get fills on it, I wanted to go short the stock because I knew it was going to drop pretty soon, right? And I may not have gotten the options leverage in time that I wanted. So now that I have the options leverage to the downside that I want, I closed out the short position and it was pretty profitable. It was like, you know, what where is it? What did I stop at? 403. I did about like $27 a share. So it worked out. Ooh. That's really interesting. Jesus Christ, Revlon wasn't trading any fucking volume before. Look at some of these days back in March though, like 13% failed to volume on 65,000 volume. 15% on 266,000 volume. 45% on 216,000 volume. 35 on 4.6 million. Holy shit. Revlon traded more volume in like the last month than it's traded all year. Like a lot more. How many like orders of magnitude greater is that? That's ridiculous. And it moved from 627 to 663. No, it was lower than that. That's weekly. They actually moved down. At the beginning of this year, Rev was trading at like $11, and they shorted the fuck out of it. And they really slammed it when they announced the bankruptcy. Then when they announced the loan, it's just kind of been firing off ever since. Those shorts are really underwater. Interesting. Like that big fucking dip, that 115 million volume, 100 and 200 million volume when they announced the bankruptcy, all of that shit is underwater. I don't know if they've traded their way out of it yet. They got it off Reg Show, which is good, but how long can they keep going not locating? Just need someone paying attention to it. My headphones are bust. Is it time to fill up on my GME deposit with this lovely price action? Please nod or shake head. GME is relatively cheap. It'll be... Their highest cost to borrow was on 7/12. It hit 976%. Jesus Christ. Do you think Bobby could rebound if they announced they completed the offering soon? I'm not sure if they've started doing it yet. If they are, they're doing it really slow. It's precarious, right? Because, BBBY is already trading at a very low price, and like raw sale volume um would drop the price below their target range. So I think it's going to be like a very slow, like a slow offering. It's not like GME's was after the shareholders meeting where they just immediately slammed the stock, right? Your handwriting is Comic Sans. GME finna squart? I don't know. Dork, does GME look squarty? It looks a little squarty. Oh no. Jesus Christ, Bobby looked boring this morning. Fucking obscene number of September 16 calls? Is that what I'm looking at? So GME is looking a little squirty. Mild squirt, yeah. Squirt incoming. Everything else is squirting, why not? Okay, I gotta stop saying that. This is just the worst word. I'll be right back. I need a coffee. This is ridiculous. Are the spies and everything done doing big vup? Well, Jimmy didn't squirt. RC sold what? RC sold his baby to buy Revlon? I don't think so. Clearly, Rev is Trevor. We've already decided on Ravonica and Rebecca. I think a lot of our downs this week are index exposure. Yeah. You know, Russell and S&P have shit the beds collectively. Rev is Brian. I thought it was Breverly. No. I don't get how those idiots don't understand how you make money. Who? Which idiots? Breve. I'm an idiot, Greg. Can you milk me? What do you think of the bottom of Jimmy looks like through this recession? We'll see. It should do well, right? Jimmy should be able to maintain, maybe even improve revenue and expand margins during a recession. They're retail, so they're a bit insulated. They can price in inflation. Depending on how much they focus on their, you know, like used electronics business. I know they're moving into like iPhones and stuff like that. That could bump their bottom line. Mm-hmm. Wish wasn't banned from the Discord. Why were you banned from the Discord? Were you being an asshole? This is just me or is Jimmy trading kind of a lot of volume today? That's what, 142? It's almost at 4 million. Interesting. Any big options positions coming in on GME right now? I gotta go look at data. Curious. Wasn't our average volume 1 to 2 million before the split? Yeah, but after the split, we were trading like fucking nothing. Like 2 million post split volume. It was definitely higher than yesterday, right? Yeah. Hmm. Strange drop in VIX. I mean, the market just rocketed. I don't think it's that strange. Yeah, I was actually talking about Mosaic earlier. I'd be targeting like 47. 47, 48. Or at least begin a DCA around that price range. Yes, I did. I've stopped out of Amazon and Visa, I think. Vega increases as you approach the money, Stefan. Interesting, Dork. Did anyone else catch the news article yesterday about the pilot whose flight path shaped a giant middle finger over the whole Seattle area? I did not. What's your typical stop loss on your position? I mean, I usually set them once I'm over 20%. I don't think the SPY is going to react favorably to the Fed meeting, unless we lose a lot more value in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, the Ivy crush is kind of brutal. But we have earnings next week, so who cares? What's the highest sale price you've landed on your Rev Jan 35s? Shit, what were they? I think like 210. Do you remember when Matt Kors blew up his account on a Tesla 1 minute cup and handle? Doesn't he do that every day? All right. Sorry, I had to eat something and have some coffee. I'll pay attention now. What strikes would we be looking at for exposure to September OPEX? Depending on what we're trading on, they're trading at. Just my usual position. Maybe some 0.4s. Like, that. You guys hear about the Bobby C suite? They just rented a suite in Vegas, put the $500 million loan on black. You know, that might be better than their current projections. And at least you'd know right away. I'd vote for that. If that came up in the shareholders meeting as an option for a strategic turnaround for Bobby, not bad. I feel like there's a part of every Bobby shareholder right now that kind of wishes they would do that. What's your price target for GME after this drop? Calls still look pretty good up to like 32, 33. The problem is crossing 30, which is the same problem it was yesterday. If we can't get enough volume or the market doesn't turn around, it might be really hard for us to push through the put gamma at 30. Yes, I know, I'm buying $30 calls, but even if they don't go in the money, if we hit 30 from this price, they'll be up. I bought them at like 28. Bobby shareholders are doing it already. Would a casino take that bet? Of course. They can't use the loan to buy back shares. If it's such a great play, why is there such low January 23 in the money OI? Oh, there's just because the price hasn't moved. And the people that had calls on Revlon in the low ranges for January have sold them. It's not bad. I mean, there's like 2,100 calls at $5. There's maybe like not even 1,000 other at the other strikes. There's some open OI in Feb. There's some in June, not much. There's none for Jan 24, but I think that just opened. I don't think there's anybody buying Revlon for the long term right now. Like people buying Revlon right now are speculating on it. I'm sure most of those got sold on its last pop too. June 2023 popcorn trader. I informed my daughter yesterday that I'd be calling her by the name Rebecca from now on, in honor of my most prized stock. She didn't take it well. Any advice? Tell her it's biblical. You guys are crazy. Some guy robbed a bank in my town. So I suppose that's crime too, huh? Yes. Did he use a weapon? That's the difference. If you use power and influence to rob the bank, perfectly legal. If you use a gun, illegal. And only if you get caught and charged and sentenced. Innocent until proven guilty. I don't know if revenge robberies are allowable by law, truth state. Fubo IV spike. Oh, wow, it really did. What's going on there? Nothing. Nothing's going on there. Buying calls for Brian. What was the thought process behind GME splitting shares? Well, it makes the stock cheaper, which can attract some institutional interest, which I'm sure they'd really like about now. It didn't work. It gives tax preferred dividend shares to current C-suite executives while also splitting their unvested shares so they can sell some shares and recoup a year's worth of salary that they have not received yet. Um, that's it. It might create some ETF obligations, which would be cool. I'm sure they'd like an opportunity to sell those tax preferred shares at a higher price. Thoughts on Express? Maybe somewhere near where they got them. I don't like it. Think of opening a long position on this earnings drop. Good earnings and now trading at a PE of 5. PS of 0.05, which is ridiculous. Absurdly high inside ownership. Yeah, it does. Recently added to the Russell 2K. It might improve. I think the CEO, the new CEO, like after he came in, did a lot of good things. So he's running a tight, efficient company, which is going to be good in the long term. I don't know if I'd be interested in it so soon. Maybe like a year from now, but yeah, they always say the best time to buy was yesterday, so I agree with you on the fundamentals though. It does look promising. Why are you guys worried about GME? All our cost basis is below 20. No. No. Many people have cost bases bases far higher. Base CC says, yes, thank you. Mass spectrometer. Please ban Ace Ventura for personally attacking me. The best time to sell is never, right? According to Buffett, you just buy shit. You never sell it. You just buy shit and use the leverage from the shit you buy to buy more shit, right? And then when that goes up, and it's like owning a home, right? You buy it and you get equity, and then you use that equity to buy like a second home sometimes, or you blow it on BMWs and eating at fancy restaurants. But that's only if you live in Southern California. Hey Girk, I'm a kid who's dying of cancer, and my Make-A-Wish Foundation request is having you visit me wearing a pickle suit. Also, the cancer is in my portfolio. I don't have much time left. Yeah. We don't do charity at Pickle Financial. I'm sorry, little bud. You're gonna die alone. You forgot the CC part. No, that's part of it. Jeremy Grantham says that's not a good idea right now. Probably not. Pulte would never leave me hanging like you would. Ask him for a free house. Weber tanking? What do you think cause is? I have no idea. I'm not paying that close. I said Weber was starting to look interesting. Starting to. You know, there's a long period from starting to look interesting to actually something happening. And unfortunately, the better you get at stocks, the earlier and earlier you are. So then you have to start trying to offset how early to the table you are by waiting. And then you inevitably wait too long. Like you're always flowing between, too early and too late on your trades as a trader. This is perfect timing. That just looks like Poffit. Hold on. I gotta make this smaller. This is ridiculous. Ugh. And so you're always trying to compensate to get back to perfect timing. Ultimately, this is a waste of time, but everyone goes through this. Why are Spy and Amazon running? Because I said they would. Duh. Somebody can go back to yesterday's stream and clip me saying, I think the Spy is going to move up towards the end of the day tomorrow into Friday. And then they can watch that and then come back to today and look at it and be like, oh, fuck. I'm just here telling you the future and you don't want to listen to me. I didn't write a daily post today. I woke up at 9:30 a.m. Well, we did hold 398 for a day. Or 2 days. It came back up to 398 before it closed yesterday. Then it got smashed into the floor. What is today but yesterday's T+1? Exactly. Everything's trading 2 days in the past. So whoever that guy was that said historic price action doesn't predict future price action, he's probably wrong. In a market where everything's T+2 plus 35 plus 6 plus 3 behind, someone pull up the clip of Pi-Fi predicting I would die poor and alone. Yeah, you can combine it with the clip of that the guy with the cancer portfolio. My wife would be very upset if I full ported into a girl stock. I'm only allowed to be financially leveraged inside of dudes. That's a strange relationship constraint. Oh, Catholicism. Never mind. That makes perfect sense. Compare the daily GME candles beginning November to the current one. I'd rather not. But yes, I'm aware. I know how it works. Did you sell your Fubo Jan 5 calls? No? Should I have? I still have quite a lot of them. I have 100. Those are my long-term calls. I'm not selling those off some near-term silliness. Can you compare the Delta Vega curve for 916 GME 30Cs without using a calculator? Biggest 0.21. It's gonna be like and then like that. Cruel. Now draw a giraffe. You think they threshold XRT on Monday to kick obligations out? It'd be on the 16th if they do it again. No access labels included. I wouldn't want to insult Turd. He's with child. Okay, so here's my proposition. No, never mind. I'll wait. Confirmed stock god. So those underwater shorts on Ravonica, don't they have to cover soonish? What if it gets delisted? Still have to cover? I mean, yeah, but in OTC. Which is beneficial to them, but they'd still have to cover. Things have gotten delisted and done squeezies. When will the US government admit we're in a recession? Never. We don't say those words in America, dork. Did I miss points? Any points on wheat, drought in India, Russia sanction, France, Germany severe drought, Pakistan floods, Ukrainian war, unaffected SE, China, US, Canada? No, China's got some serious drought problems too. So just US and Canada. But Canada said something bullish like yesterday. So speculation dies off. Remember, they're wheat futures, right? So they're far more speculative than like an equity would be. So now that Canada's had a good harvest, everyone's going to wait until the bad news comes, and then I'll go up again. What's a good IV for Jan 24 $4 or $5 calls? What stock? My Fubo 5s are 2023. My 10s are 2024. I also have some 10s for 2023. But that's just in case like IV pops off again. There's a great NPR story on the R word and the independent panel. Yeah, there's an independent panel that decides to determine if we're in a recession or not. They're heavily weighting the positive jobs data right now. Yeah. When I lived in the USA, my neighbor would come over while her husband was at work and do my laundry. Everyone was so friendly to me there. She even offered me filet mignon, but I don't like fish. What are the chances they decide to dump the market before Labor Day weekend? How hard? $10.21 spy puts with the potential of bounce coming in the next week or two. Yeah, I don't mind the October puts. That's where my SPX puts are right now. Although if this rises much more, I'll probably get stopped out of them. And then I'll have to reposition. They're gonna dump the market before Labor Day. That's the least American thing I've heard today. Yeah, Jamie is very oversold right now. Can you get someone to poke the SPY back down? No, I want to reposition now. How's ETF FTD a lie? Their largest next Tuesday, which I said 3, 5, 6 times yesterday, at least. I even think I made a little video about it. I love it when people think that a million ETF FTDs are going to run us into 100 basis point downturn in the market. Well, my Jimmy calls expire tomorrow, so that doesn't really help me now, does it? Probably not, no. You said 33, 36 yesterday. I didn't say it was going to happen today. I said we have 6 days of ETF FTDs, with the highest concentration of those FTDs being on the 6th, which is next week. I know what I said. I wrote it down. I wrote it down and then I made a video about it and clipped it. Clip the part about clipping it. So SPY 380 gap fill during SLD. Let's see how much it rallies before SLD starts. You might have said exactly that, but that's not how I interpreted it. Oh, well, that's on you. Yes, I do, Keith. Why 6 days? Technically it's 5, but it's 5 and then the morning after the 5th day. So T plus 6 total. It's ETF failures for authorized participants are T plus 2 plus 3. SLD's on the 14th. 14th through the morning of the 17th. DPI is going to be down today. The DIX, the dark pool index, is going to drop because the market's been ripping for the last hour and a half, and GME has done fuck all because they're dumping internalization. Now it's doing a thing. I think people tune in randomly through the stream, hear bits of things, or what they want, and then act impulsively instead of vetting info. Probably. But I can't do anything about that, right? Otherwise, I would just repeat entire blocks of information the entire day. You know what I'll do? I'll record the first 2 hours of the stream and then just play it on repeat 4 more times throughout the day. Are my BBY ADCs ever going in the money? No. Hey, win FTD today and the next 5 days. What would motivate the MM to internalize GME all day today? They've been internalizing since the 16th. It's not just today. What they're doing is they're dumping internalization today. Right? They get a dump long side volume into the drop. They get a dump short side volume into the rise. So if active funds are buying, they get to sell their shit from 6 days ago back to them. And they profit off of the arbitrage. So on, let me try to give you an example of this. So here, when they started internalizing, say active funds purchased 100 shares at $45. The market maker satisfies the order from inventory and internalizes the order flow. Here, that active fund is selling that stock for $28. So now the market maker can satisfy that sell with the original buy. It's good stuff, right? And then the market maker keeps the difference, which is $17 per share. Now, inevitably, that satisfaction of this buy order will fail. And be covered sometime out here into the future. I don't want to do the exact dates, but out in like mid-October. And then the market maker will have to satisfy that FTD. Probably also at a relatively low price. It'll reduce their total profit, but it's cool when you have your own time machine. Kind of like having your own little stock market off to the side. Well, yeah, but also, you know, because you're internalizing buy pressure, right? You ensure that the order flow hitting the market is sell side. So, you know, you have your buy pressure here, say, and you have your sell pressure here, right? And when buy pressure gets too high, you internalize, right? And then that balances the volatility. Now, if you happen to be short volatility, maybe you let sell pressure rise a little extra, right? Because then volatility goes down instead of just staying stable. This isn't crime. This is their job. This is their job. They just take advantage of the job they're already doing by using volatility as a product instead of an effect. Now they're offloading. I mean, this is obviously like offloading of internalization, right? They use dark pools to do that. So to transact all of this, there's lots of dark pool utilization. And that's how we estimate the amount of internalization. Because if dark pool utilization rises and stays very, very high, they're internalizing a lot. If it rises and then falls, they've offloaded that internalization, right? They're no longer internalizing a lot. And so we use that as an estimate of how much is being internalized at any given time. Yeah, sorry. It's hard for me to ever want to buy calls again after that explanation. You want me to really fuck with your head? Hold on. Let's go over to Bobby. So this pre-announcement run-up started here on Friday. That break point right before the meeting started is at the exact same spot price, all options sold through this T+2 period. So they didn't, they just dumped the entire hedge before the meeting. So all of this was just premium. They just collected all of this premium. They, and ultimately hedged none of it, right? Those options expire tomorrow. Not crime. I mean, they initially hedged the risk, and then the meeting came up and they dumped it. How do we become a market maker so we can print money as well? We're doing it, just slow and small. This is why you buy Theta, because then the market maker is forced to hold and maintain a hedge. Wall Street bets may never learn that. I'll clip it. This is how MMs are designed, and it brings stability to the market. People need to get over it. True. Yeah. People definitely need to get over it, but they also need to see it coming. More importantly, they need to know the manner in which market makers can fuck them and try to avoid that when assessing their own risk and their positions, which is something that people don't do yet. No, they dump the hedge that no longer presents risk. They don't dump the entire hedge. They just dump the hedge that no longer presents risk. They're still hedging $10 leaps on BBBY because they continue to represent a current risk. Leave my volatility alone. Jimmy is just bussing right up through VWAP. Keep exposing crime. Jimmy likes it. Nerve consolidating again. You think this flower says any more nectar? I made some money off it earlier today. Yeah, I mean, it still looks like forced covering is going on. It's normalizing a bit now, though. It's finding lower lows, which is bad. Um, you want to be, it's more risky now than it was as it was ascending. Um, Lower highs too. I'm more interested in the play that's going to come 35 days after this than I am in what Nerve is currently doing. Like, what it's doing right now is fun, sure, but I'm much more interested in what happens after you trade 25x of a company's float every day for, 25 days. Also, waiting for options, which it currently doesn't have. Why are Earth or market makers allowed to go long volatility? They're allowed to go long and short volatility. That's part of their job, They're premium sellers, like an insurance company. Ooh, I can use that analogy that I gave Dork last night. Think about Citadel as running around the market, reducing risk for primes. So they collect premiums and they reduce risk in positions for all the big banks, right? And if something blows up, like if volatility explodes, they're the ones who take on the risk. But the longer and longer you go without a catastrophic event occurring, the thinner and thinner they spread themselves and the cheaper premiums get, the more risk they're taking on, but without the same amount of profitability, right? And that's when you get like volatility squeezes. Yeah, I saw the 916 1050C 1.2 million. Maybe. ETF FTD is on the 6th for Bobby. A few, not a lot, but a few. IWM doesn't fail at a very high rate, so But they can swap out long volatility, right? And no, because the market maker is not always like they're short. Like they can be long calls if people are selling calls, right? Like the market makers. So if a price is declining, the market maker is long calls, short puts. They should be those things proportionally. But if like volatility is too high on something and they can't constrain it, then they swap it out, right? Can you tell exactly when C35 for BBBY is? Labor Day count in from Monday? Like when the ETF fails were occurring? Is that what you're asking? I don't know what you're asking, wrestling here. PT for this relief rally before repositioning? I'm targeting above 400. We'll see how much strength it gets into next week. And more importantly, how much strength it gets tomorrow. Yeah, they can manipulate their pricing. It's their market, right? But there's a lot of risk in doing that, right? If you down price IV, like they keep trying to down price. Revlon's a really good example of this. They keep trying to down price IV on Revlon to encourage people to sell, right? And what it does is it creates more buying, right? Because like everyone's like, oh fuck, Rev 35s are 90 cents, and so they start buying more of them, which then increases their risk when they normalize IV again. So it's in their best interest to not drop implied volatility, right? If you've noticed that implied volatility on the Rev 35Cs has become more and more constrained, and the fluctuations in it are becoming less and less, but IV's not dropping. It's just staying steady and very, very high. BBBY didn't enter Reg Show on the 16th. It entered on the 17th. It was listed on the 16th. It's after the 5th consecutive day, so 17th. T plus 13 from that is September 6th, which is also the ETF failure date from July. OPEX. The T plus 13 date is for settlement for whatever occurred on the first consecutive failing day, which I believe was the 10th. 8th. So whatever so the first forced settlement day of thresholding on September 6th will be any FTDs left over from August 8th. Then August 9th, August 10th, August 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, so on. Each subsequent day until it falls below the threshold requirements for 5 consecutive trading days. The MM on Rev are getting painted into a corner. Yeah, they're very similar to the way Bobby got set up, where on Bobby the market maker underpriced, and on Rev they have too. The market maker underpriced calls, which caused huge quantities of out of the money call buying, which they suppressed with put gamma, right? But as as calls got cheaper, puts became more expensive. And so the put sustaining the put gamma was inevitably going to fail, right? And when it did, when that put wall broke down, and the market maker started to hedge the call side, the stock price rocketed. It's not 70 days. It's just so ETFs have and this is super speculative because there's not a ton of evidence of it, but FTDs have a pro rata agreement with their shareholders to deliver any dividends on the underlying assets in like kind. So that either means through their cash dividend, or in the event of a split dividend like GME in the form of shares to the ETF. Which, if you think about it from a common sense standpoint, if an ETF once had 1 million shares of GME and it's, tracking in its basket required to track the index it tracks, after the split, it would need 4 million shares, right? The problem here comes in if these 1 million shares are lent out, say 12 times over, to get back to 4 million shares, the ETF then would need to buy 12 million shares, right? Because the next time the ETF is audited, it must contain this number of shares because they are due to the ETF shareholders per the pro rata agreement in like kind. And so I think this is why NVIDIA and Tesla ran on the ETF rebalance periods following their dividend splits, because ETFs can offset this obligation by writing forward contracts, but the forward contract can't go through the audit. So it is only good until the next audit of the fund. The next audit periods after September 16th. It varies per ETF. Some of them are on September 16th. Some are on like the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. But all within that week. The S&P, all the S&P index tracking ETFs rebalance at the same time. All the Russell ETFs rebalance at the same time. I said forward. I didn't say it weird. You say it weird. $195.74. Yeah. We assume that ETF has to deliver the shares to the shareholders. Well, they're not delivered to the shareholders. They're delivered to the net asset basket. Yes and no. They couldn't write a forward to another ETF. I don't even know how that would work. They can write themselves forwards in order to balance their NAV, but I think that's the only condition under which they're allowed to write them. Even if they all swapped their agreements, they would still, during the audit, have to present a total asset pool of the required number of shares. So no matter what way you swing it, someone's got to buy the shares that are missing. Even if an ETF used an obligation due from another ETF to cover the obligation due on their own fund, That wouldn't work. They have to present beneficial ownership with the forward satisfy. I don't think the audit allows them to just have beneficial ownership. They have to close those forwards. And they're not even, I don't even think they're allowed to write them out that far. They can't write them out like a year. They can only write them out for a quarter. FTD's over for today? Maybe. We'll see. I still have a little bit. We still have CNS, right? I think now Dunstan, I do think when they get reg showed, then yes. I think the SEC's reg show audit only requires beneficial ownership, which is why we see them being able to offset these cycles by thresholding XRT. So by allowing XRT to fail for 5 concurrent days, they're able to offset their beneficial ownership another quarter. But you would still have to guarantee the fails, and then all that would do is that would push obligations from OPEX into the FTD dates, right? So they would still have to satisfy them. They just have to satisfy them on the ETF FTD dates instead of on the OPEX expiration. Right, because it'd still fail. Which I think might explain why we saw so much volatility for August ETF FTDs. Because they just pulled XRT off reg show on the 11th, and then on the 16th we ran super hard for the ETF FTDs. Which is that T+2 or 3? One. Yeah, it's the morning of T+2. Final day T+2. So if they have those positions outstanding, OPEX can be really spicy. Yeah, but I'd be very concerned about seeing XRT hit threshold the Friday before OPEX. You've been ignoring me, so I've been ignoring you back. What have I missed? We're just talking about market plumbing. Mostly. Offsetting obligations. When you all talk about T+2, +2, +13, +35 for 5 consecutive days with FTD, CNS, and OPEX and some NOPEX, I just curl up in the fetal position and YOLO into bond ETFs. Those aren't doing great today. I think they have to threshold it on the expiration date. It has to be on the threshold at market close because the futures expire at what 6 p.m. Eastern time. All of XRT's reg show inclusions this year have been on the futures expiration date, June 17th and December 17th. Well, beginning of last year and this year. Did it cycle? There was another one, wasn't there? No, that was it. Yeah, came off in early June, went back on June 17th. If XRT gets reg showed, we may not see much price improvement on the GME during the rebalance period. Possibly. I don't know. It was on reg show in March. That's where it gets kind of my understanding of what exactly they're doing with the thresholding is murky. Like what benefit it offers. Like I understand some of the benefits it offers, but I don't understand if it can stop OPEX obligations that are already due that day or that following day. I think it stops them in the future. I don't think it stops them at the time. May just had obligations due. It had a decent number of them. It wasn't a ton. Ironically, it wasn't as much as June, but it had some. But remember, in June, they cycled XRT off and on reg show, right? I love and appreciate when you were only 90% confident that you disclose it. Much appreciated, brother. I try to give everyone the best information I can. Is SPY gonna break 395 on this next run up? It could. Is Bobby too low to sell covered calls? When are you setting your expiry for? I'd be careful selling them into the 6th. For obvious reasons. Yet still so wrong about pineapple pizza. Nope, not wrong. You're wrong. I'm sick of all your good information. What's your worst information? Jimmy, $30 cover calls safe for tomorrow. I don't know about that. Maybe? The delta on those is probably pretty high. They have a 40%, 41% chance of going in the money. Maybe higher by the end of today. Do you still see Jimmy hitting 33 before the FTD cycle? I mean, the upside call gamma still looks pretty good between 33 and 34. With this run towards the end of the day, we may see a little more support build up. The issue, and I will say this again, is the $30 mark. And that's why I didn't buy like 31s or $32 calls, because we may not get enough volume to push us over 30. There's a lot of put gamma at $30. Some of it expires tomorrow, which is good for Monday or for Tuesday, but not all of it. What day is the pro rata due? The week of September 23rd. Throughout the week, different ETFs on different days. But that week following quad witching is the rebalance period for most of the ETFs GME is contained in. How much lower can AMD go? It's starting to look like a really good price. It's starting to. It'll probably run for OPEX. It usually does. Um, so, you know, there may be a short-term bounce, but I think end of year 70-ish. Unless Lisa Sue pulls some crazy shit out of her pocket. 70, maybe even 60. Don't forget, if the market crashes, AMD's gonna drop like a fucking rock. Is the shiftings of the cycles to align with ETF rebalance periods just a way to set up a cash flow feedback between MM and the creation ETFs to ensure ETFs don't go overlong on their NAV? It could be, yeah. Much in the same way that, you know, general pressure on ETFs last year was bullish, right? And it would have been the opposite. They would have wanted to clear early in order to set a negative cash flow. And this year, within the bear market, with net positions on ETFs being short, the opposite is true, right? They want to delay the covering as well. I mean, there's also advantage in the arbitrage there, right? If you have trending versus downtrending markets, right? Because, you know, you want to cover early here because you have rising prices over time, but you want to cover later here because you net more arbitrage the longer you wait in a bear market. So there, I mean, there's just like a macro, like I think that's a macro effect anyway. If we ever do flip to a bear market, these positions are gonna fucking rocket. Or bull market, sorry. Yeah, that's what I said. Kathy Wood is building her new office right next to my friend's pizza joint in St. Pete. St. Pete? Where's that? If you're ever down there, you have to go Guy's Pizza. Okay. Everyone say hi to Buckled Up Jen. Have you ever blown up an account? No. I've come kind of close, but I've not blown one up yet. I've blown up thousands of paper accounts though. St. Petersburg's in Russia. That's what I thought. So BDRY just slides down to Hades for weeks on end with 75% of volume and dark pools, then randomly has like a 10% update with no news. Sus? I mean, that sounds just like seller exhaustion more than anything. I can take a look at it. If you DM me, I'll take a look at it later. So basically, the Fed can't allow the market to crash upwards by inflation because otherwise the escalation of value will destroy the balance sheets of the market and the hedge funds' balance sheets. Yeah. So you raise rates, right? It's in Florida. Okay. St. Petersburg, Florida. Interesting. Oh, Gulf Coast? That's why I don't know about it. That's the inside part of Florida. That's... I've been told to stay away from there. What's the lowest percent you've recovered an account from? Negative 128%. It's the coast. Yeah, but it's like the Gulf Coast. It's the panhandle you have to stay away from. Oh, okay. The right side of Florida is the New York side. The left side is the Ohio side. The Midwest coast. How is negative 128% not blowing up an account? It's called margin. What was your Hail Mary play? Spy shorts into spring of 2020. I didn't buy enough time and I had to reposition, and I was like pulling money out of my savings every day to pay my margin costs before it crashed. Fortunately, it crashed far more than I expected it to. Can you make Revlon hit 7? It's very close, but no. There's quite a lot of put gamma at 7 right now. $1.5 million. Riven 32C for 916. Yeah, I'd say play the upside. If over the next like week. If you want. It's right at resistance. It's a good bounce setup. It didn't push through on the market drop, so. Have you ever held a poo so long on the way home that you stopped thinking, am I going to make it? And started thinking, whose pants am I going to steal? You'll make it, Kendra. You can do it. Kegels. What would have happened had it not crashed? I would have been poor again. Or I would have had to have like gone and gotten a job. I would have been poor. I wasn't that irresponsible, but I would have had to have gotten a job. It's okay. I'm qualified for, I think, for jobs. Well, probably not anymore. I used to be qualified for jobs that paid a lot of money. How much could you make off a 5K put position if the market crashes 20-30%? I mean, probably like 10x, 20x your options. Depends. I mean, there's so many variables there. Like, are you buying like a shitload of leverage? Are you buying one fucking contract? Like, I wasn't thinking about getting a job. How much capital did you start with? I saved up 2 years of salary and $25,000 portfolio. So basically two $25,000 portfolios and a year and a half of salary. What was your daily margin cost? I mean, it fluctuated, but it was a lot. It was like $2,700 a day, I think. At its peak, it was about $2,700 a day. You and everyone here knows you can get a job at a hedge fund. Probably not anymore. I'm pretty sure this stream has ruined any chances of me working in professional finance again. But I'm okay with that. Unless it's my own fund, right? 20 to 30% market crash if it happens in a day. Bro, like with SPX spreads, you could become the Fed if everything worked out. Close, yeah. But I mean, $5,000, like you're not gonna get a lot of spreads on the XPX with that much money. Maybe with $5,000 plus leverage or margin. If you time it perfectly, like to the day. What stops a short hedge fund from using their short-term gains from shorting a stock to further short the stock? Nothing. I would have been poor. Like, I still would have had some money in savings, but I would have definitely had to go work. Like, I would have had to have gone back to work at a real job. York Stockworks LLC. Just time the peak, bro. Exactly. What kind of music you looking to play for the next 50 minutes? I mean, I could play the Cenas song. Ooh, JFresh has charts for me. I got some hot new shit. I love hot new shit. This is fucking gorgeous, JFresh. Are you giving this to the pores? Don't share it with the pores yet. Okay, you could probably share it with the pores. Okay, there's... Oh, okay, so it's... I'm confused about the second chart. You're gonna get the pores super worked up. Alright. JFresh loves the attention. There's no way I'm gonna stop him. Don't worry. I went 35k deep on out of the money puts last Friday at Jackson Hole, and a flagpole came out of it and paid me nice. Congratulations, man. Silence of the Dans. Show us, Daddy. It looks like I mean, sure. I'll let JFresh show everyone on the Discord. I wouldn't work for the fucking SEC. I'm overqualified, and I don't want to work in compliance. Can you look at TSM? I know who they are. What about them? I mean, you know that move is years and years out, right? Like 10 years at least. It's not like they're just gonna pack up their shit and move to Arizona tomorrow. 5,000 plus margin. Yeah, if you have margin. It's like 800 spreads with commission without hitting margin. That'd be 400K, and that's betting the SPX drops like 150 points. All right, yeah. I can see that. But you still have to time it perfectly. Like you can't, you're not gonna hold that open with 5 grand. He's having a busy few weeks. Show us the cat's homework. I'll let the cat show off his own homework. Yeah, he probably already showed the pores. Fresh, don't ruin Revlon. We know what you did to Bobby. What are the chances my $7 puts on Bobby will print tomorrow? Pretty fucking slim. He's just showing the relationship between the market maker hedge and true gamma neutral. They're rejecting my paper trades due to the FINRA rule that says you can't use intraday funds to buy stocks. Nice. Nice eyebrows. And when do you think NVIDIA will be a solid buy? I'm thinking never. I kind of want to agree. For all of the chip manufacturers, Q4, Q1, maybe even as far out as Q2 of next year. For good entries. Wait for everyone's margins to tighten before you try to go long on mega caps. If I were doing anything right now, I'd be shorting the fuck out of all of them. Amazon, Google, Netflix, fucking Nvidia, AMD. Like long, short, all of them. None of them are going to be able to sustain their current earnings projections. And even if some do, most won't, right? Releasing new CPUs like doesn't, the realization of the sales of those CPUs comes far later. Also, keeping up with the demand, right? They've got to get the supply chain. I've been invested in AMD for a really long time. The release of the CPU is not as bullish as the sales reports from that CPU a year later. Apple's probably fine to short if you're long short, like lots and lots of theta. I'd wait for the SPY to rally. Obviously, you could get a better entry. But yeah, I mean, Apple just came out with like an absurdly good earnings report based on fudgy accounting, right? Like they're not going to be able to keep, none of them are going to be able to keep that up. You have to understand the effect of rising interest rates over time, not just everyone looks to the immediacy, the immediate effect. like the price realization immediately in the market of raising rates. But you need to look further out. You need to understand that, like, as these rates increase, these markets will become smaller, which will rein these margins in. These companies cannot trade at 20 to 100 times earnings into a recession. It's not possible. But it's priced in, bro. No, I mean, it's the immediate effect is priced in, which is more than likely, given the size of the derivatives market, the realization and the change of row than anything else. You see SPY hitting June low again around SLD period later this month? I think at some point we need a crash, at least a small one. There's still too much speculation. Banks aren't buying any equities, and so the Fed can't shed their fucking balance sheet. Something's got to break, right? And the Fed's QT just keeps ramping up, and they're not getting rid of any of their assets. Wait a minute, we actually have to consider row now? But yeah, we have a risk, like a higher risk-free rate going out. We don't need a market crash. We do, because you can't have endless growth. How's your rowing machine doing? It's fine. Higher row is great for option sellers. Probably not for many of us, because we're not selling a lot of long-term options, but how long before RRP becomes forced transaction cash for QT securities deal? it already should be one, right? Yeah, they're gonna continue to just take advantage of reverse repo instead of actually going out in the market and buying equities with all their fucking massive piles of liquidity. They'll just stuff it into RRP every night. Why would you buy stocks, right? But because of that, we've got an illiquid, volatile market, and the Fed doesn't want to destroy the market by selling off huge numbers of securities because there's no buyer, right? So that's just going to crash everything. It's an interesting stalemate, I'll say that much. I mean, their only option is to slowly reduce the RRP yield, right? Probably into like next year to try to get the banks buying equities again. They keep raising the limits of RRP because they don't want inflation to skyrocket. My row-based trading strategy is finally going mainstream. So it's in the Fed's interest to have markets cool before QT. No, it's kind of in their interest to have markets rally into whatever QT they can do at the top, which is kind of what the soft landing's all about, right? It's just like, you let the market rally on little to no news, right? And then you dump QT at the top, which brings it down, and then you say some dovish shit and bring it back up. But every time they do this, the next rally has like a little less confidence, right? And it's on weaker and weaker volume. Rut row. We're gonna do row jokes all day. I just signed up for Fubo's ultimate plan. It didn't do anything for the ticker. No. Or did it do anything? Your sign up's not reported yet. It's so Fed is okay with pure market speculation when it's for our own good. What's your thesis on why you think there will be a market crash? Because I think eventually, well, there's a few reasons I think the market could crash, actually. One would be the biggest one, I think, right now would be the sale of Japanese treasuries. I think that one's the most likely in the near term. Yen's already starting to rise. And if yen short squeezes, like the Nikkei's, I don't think Japan can sustain. How do I want to put this? I don't think Japan can sustain such high inflation margins for much longer. They're gonna have to they're gonna have to pin the yen, and if they do, it's gonna squeeze it, and they're gonna have to sell off their like U.S. treasuries. It's very low right now, but it's rising. Yeah, you can put puts on Japan. You would go long on the yen, short Nikkei, which I currently am. You can use ETFs. You can trade it on Forex. Dr. Cyborg, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance.
The other thing that could cause a crash would probably be the next most likely thing is a second spike in oil due to production not meeting demand, which would happen into like end of Q3 this year. And we're already seeing supply not meeting expectations in OPEC's report, because that's gonna spike inflation again into end of Q4, probably Q1. And then we also have, compounding QT, which ramps up today in September, and then ramps up again in January. It doubles again in January. On top of everything else, the Fed is massively behind on the shedding of its balance sheet. So I think all three of those, some combination of any two. You know, right now Japan's got like a PMI of like 26%, and their CPI is like pinned at 2. It's unsustainable. And the new guy they added at Bank of Japan, I forget his name. He's really pushing for them to shed US treasuries. Thanks for helping me learn about options. Made some good money the last 3 weeks. Now do I ask Moonwind about cover calls or just keep listening to you? Well, Moonwind's terrible at selling covered calls, but you could try it, I guess. Thank you so much, Grandpa John. Congrats, man. Look like the last 15 minutes. Sure. Can you make a poll to see how many people in here have used their parents' sex toys when the party got weird? Wait, what? You see the weirdest shit, Kendra. It's not even coming up. Ko-Fi won't even let me see that it happened. Parents' sex toys and the party got weird, and Q dressed in drag. Also, have you ever dropped a turd in the shower and blamed it on the cat? My wife knew better and called me out once she saw yesterday's elote. I have no response. I've never shit in my shower, Kendra. Would GME shares be insulated from a crash? Of course not. Maybe more insulated than other things, but no. Yeah, it was a Kendra comment. We're still in the crude oil glut. The finished petroleum is what is in shortage. That said, there's always a possibility the market gets crashed on news of crude shortages. Interesting. What's a good mix ratio? 1 long dated SPY put soft landing versus 2 long dated volatility capture with SHVIX UVA XY fast crash. Yeah, it's probably like a 1-to-2 ratio is probably not terrible for that, actually. I mean, they all profit in the event of a fast crash. But you would have like a hedge in the like for the soft landing period. You need a lot of time though, not like you don't want to have any relevant theta decay for like at least 4 months. Kofi's trying to protect you. You're planning on dumping your stock or just DCAing through the market crash? I might dump some things that I don't think will recover very well, like Tesla. I'll probably dump Tesla. If my Amazon's underwater, I'll dump it. And leave the puts or the calls naked. That's probably about it. I'll probably hold on to my GME. Might buy more if it drops really low. You've never made a stop waffle. No. Better question is, would rev shares be insulated from a crash? I mean, yeah, it doesn't have any index exposure. Jesus Christ. Are you people shitting in your showers? Like, what the fuck? Just get out of the shower and use the toilet. Canadian oil is depressed compared to the global price indices. They can't get crude to market, courtesy of Buffett's Railroad and the canceled Keystone XL. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Where would one find exposure to that? I've never pooped in the shower. Never in my entire life. Maybe as a baby, but I don't remember if it happened. I think there's far too many people in here openly admitting to pooping in their showers. Only Pigeon Wells can make ban requests. So can we ban at Darbwire? No. He's just trying to protect me from your temporary insanity. We do not usually have toilet and bathroom in my country. Where do you keep it? Jesus Christ, Carl. I answered you the first time you asked, Surface Smurf. I'll dump some things, but not all. You have a dedicated room for the toilet? That actually sounds better. What do you call it? Like if you call the room with the bath the bathroom, what do you call the toilet room? The shit closet? What kind of companies would you like to go bankrupt during, after a crash? All social media. I'd also be okay with like a very large solar flare taking that out as well. No, private prison companies will do very well during an economic decline. The economy goes down, crime goes up. Think of DWAC. Even Google Plus? No, I want Google Plus to survive. That's why Burry's all in on Geo. Yeah. Well, Geo's not a private prison company. They're a REIT that owns prisons land. They like lease land to private prisons. The wash closet? That doesn't make sense. Sometimes I make my cats watch me shit in their litter box, cause fuck them. I'm glad you're asserting dominance in your own home, Carl. Do you look them right in the eyes while you do it? It's best if you look them in the eyes and hiss. I assume Carl's being serious. JFresh triggered right now. Carl Snapchatted me doing it the other day. It wasn't as uncomfortable as you'd assumed it would be. Assume it would be. Oh, okay. Is this a good price to buy into GME shares? Not really. What is the lowest you see us touch this year? I mean, we've already been lower than this twice. The rest of this year? I don't know. We could probably go lower after earnings. We might not, but we could. OKTA down 30% on earnings beat with 20x average volume traded. Sounds like they maybe said something else at their earnings that wasn't so great. 393.56 SPY end of day. If I'm right, can I get a 1 month pigeon whale? I mean, I can't like gift that, so no. If you're right, make money on it, and then you can afford pigeon whale. Right? That's how that works. You don't get promoted to pigeon whale. You either have enough money that you don't give a fuck, or you're not a pigeon whale. I will stay in my place. Personally, I just poop in a turkey roaster, and then I buy a new turkey roaster. I wonder if it's making the company thing they're more popular than they are. Think they're more popular than they are. Maybe. Having turkey roasters in stock and ready for Thanksgiving seems really important. Because, you know, people don't like to use their ovens. The reason I ever pay for anything for online streams for an unlimited sub to only gherks. I mean, Pigeon Whale comes with that. I'd love to have a supply chain analyst just beating his head against the wall, trying to figure out why one BBBY store is continuously sold out of turkey roasters. I already wrote them a thank you letter, Dunkston. I addressed it to Sue Grove. I'm already a pigeon whale. I was just cast out based on poor performance. That doesn't sound pigeon whaley. You're either a pigeon whale or you're no longer a pigeon whale. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give Fiscal a shout out and welcome to Cornishon. No, you're not Shadow Man, Pickled Hole. What did you do to Darth Dan? Nothing? I think he's just working. There's pores left. Don't worry, it's racking them up. Oh, that's not true, Pickled Hole. Some things you say are less dumb. Did you become a pigeon whale after 6 months? No. Do my eyes deceive me, or does the next level above pigeon whale cost $250,000? It does, but if you're in the continental US, I immediately end the stream and come and hang out with you for a day and make fun of your portfolio. Live. If the SPY continues to move up tomorrow, do you see big ups for the SPY on Tuesday and then the rest of the week? Not necessarily big ups, but we could run up into like above 400 again while shorts reposition over the next like week and a half. We need to move up a little bit more than we moved up today, though. I'd say a return to 400 will probably trigger the rest of the profit taking. What's the real story behind those penny stocks that go up hundreds of thousands of % over a short period? The real story is no one gives a shit. I'm tempted, but I'm fairly certain my wife would divorce me. Fair enough. Is the home visit perk every month or just the first month? It's a monthly subscription. So the longer you keep it up, the more visits. Being a pigeon whale has truly changed my life. I used to worry about what people said about me. Now I pay for all the nuns to get labiaplasty during spring break. Oh, Kendra. Nice, Dugston. It's not a conjugal visit. Being a pigeon whale makes you a better trader because the fear of the shame of paper handing it makes you work harder to earn that $99. No, nobody said your name in a Ko-Fi, Lawrence of Arabia. What's your hobby, Kendra? Oh, I'm the weirdest guy in a pickle-themed financial YouTube channel. I can't wait to pay $250,000 for you to come meet my parents, so they won't think I'm an idiot for watching this stream all day. Just tell them to stay out of your room. If we do get an ETF FTD action, how high do you expect IV to pop? ETF FTD action? Probably not a lot of IV movement. Maybe 10%, 10, 15. I think more of the IV movement we see over the next few days will be due to earnings than ETF FTDs. My mom is going to be mad when she sees that $250,000 charge on her card. You guys are ridiculous. Do you take Chase reward points? No. No one does. 10-15% IV bump plus bump going into earnings or total? I don't know how much we're going to bump going into earnings. It depends on how much options interest picks up next week. Tomorrow a little bit, but mostly next week because there's not going to be a lot of calls bought before the 3-day weekend. When casket stonks go moons, every time the market flips. True story, in college, a girl showed up late to a party and we were all taking X. There was only one left, so she tried to boof it but kept falling out. So she just ate it. Jesus fucking Christ, man. No, I don't take Cole's cash. Cole's doesn't even take Cole's cash. Come on. Spy all time after hours thoughts. Bought too many September 16th through 95 calls. Hey, it looks like we're moving into a pretty strong close. I think we're seeing the effects of some profit taking now. So the trend is at least stable. I'm gonna try to blow up my futures account pretty soon. Do you know if Burger King still gives out cardboard crowns? They do. I'm trying to impress a girl I met and want her to think I'm rich. Yeah, I actually stopped at one and got an iced tea the other day and asked them for a cardboard crown, and they had one. It ripped when I was putting it on my head, but I wore it around all day. When the fuck do you sleep? Today I slept from like 5:45 a.m. till 9:28 a.m. So it was pretty decent. What brush do you use to keep the tangles out of your mane? Asking for a Persian friend. If your friend was Persian, their natural oils would keep their hair tangle free. Sounds like they're lying to you. Hoopla. Thanks, Lawrence. Yeah, I've never slept a lot. I know it's weird for people to wrap their heads around. The worst experience of my life has been having a girlfriend and then them being like, "Aren't you gonna come to bed?" Fucking awful. I'm like, no, I don't do that. Like, what do? You just lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling? Do you guys have lives like that? Run away. Nothing's holding you down. Be free. No, sleep sucks. It's a waste of time. You know, I'm only going to be alive for so long, and I'd like to be conscious for the majority of that. Oh, if that's the worst, my go-to response is my mom will be home soon. You have to go. Try saying that in a one-bedroom apartment in New York City. Actually, it'd probably work even better. I'm going to steal that. Just be like, you're in my mom's spot in the bed. Get the fuck out of here. When you first started to get into trading stocks, how many hours a day did you spend on studying and learning as opposed to actual trading? I have no idea. It was a combination of both. Do you think the next downside run will be more than 430 to 390 we just saw? Yes. Well, especially if it starts from a lower high, right? I thought she didn't question you because you keep her fed with a steady stream of tube meats from the local steakery, Daniel Supreme. Or was that a lie? Fair to say we can't expect any upwards price action until September OPEX. No? I didn't say that. I expect some over the next couple days. Tomorrow and Monday. I want all the pores to know I love them no matter what pronoun, size, or hole they prefer. We're all here to see how big a prickle we can be without tearing anything while looking our parents in the eyes. How big a pickle we can bag without tearing anything while looking our parents in the eyes. Much love, Pores. Beautifully spoken, Kendra. This is a very strong close. No. Here's the deal. Active funds are probably buying GME right now. This is also closing settlement, though. But they're just not printing the orders, right? So SPY's ripping, you know, 2 shares of GME have been sold. No, I don't think October is enough time to see a pop in JJG. Amazon puts hate me now. Why didn't you sell them earlier? Now you gotta wait till October. Or late September. It's fun watching Revlon do real trading for the last 5 minutes of the day. What's the total volume for today? Jesus Christ. That's really low. Yeah, Nerve fell off a bit into the end of the day. Back below 10. GG. Ding ding. The day is done. SPY closing out the day at 396. That's not SPY. There we go. Nice bounce off of a low at 390 today. I think we're seeing a little bit of profit taking from the short side. This will probably continue into tomorrow, given that tomorrow's, you know, options expiration, and maybe even into like Monday, Tuesday of next week. Huge amounts of puts probably going to be closed and repositioned, and this will start to pull the SPY back up. I don't know. I don't think we're going to hit the previous highs, but we'll probably end up somewhere around like 411, maybe going 411, 412 going into the CPI reports, which are, I think, the week after this one. After this coming week. Yeah, I think, no, they're next week. CPI reports are, CPI and PPI are next week. Or PMI? PMI. CPI and PMI are next week. So those could be bullish again, given that oil prices are still down. But core inflation's still rising, so we'll see. It may be a little worse than last month, and that could cause another pullback. So we'll watch that, but mostly bullish for the next few days as far as the market's concerned. I'll show you out here on like the 1 hour. See, it looks like we can pull back. Maybe 400 will be our top, but I think we can pull back a little further just because of the sheer size of the put positions right now and how steep our drop off was. But watch both levels. Watch 400. Watch 405. If it breaks higher, you know, watch that like 412 range. You know, these are going to be very important critical levels for repositioning into the short side for the latter half of the month. GME, kind of a weird day. Dropped really hard with the market on open. It didn't have a lot of pre-market action is one of the reasons. And then, you know, we got that big sell-off. And I think towards the end of the day, we started to see some of that internalization that's been going on for several days now shed off. Maybe a little bit of that this morning as well. It's still going to be really high. ETF FTDs tomorrow are relatively similar to today, so I don't expect a lot of price action. Tuesday is going to be higher though because it's 2 days of fails on one day, and one of those days is quite high. So we have about 1.7 times the number of ETF FTDs that day. My price target right now is around 33. If that changes, I'll update everyone for the upside. But remember that breaking the put wall at 30 will be very, very difficult. There's a ton of put gamma there right now, and we may not be able to cross it on the volume we get from ETF FTDs alone. Also, careful with selling any CSPs for the rest of this week, as next week will probably be better for them as Ivy rises into earnings on Wednesday after market close. There may be an attempt to push the price down on the market before more profit taking occurs, just because it ran so hard into the end of the day today. So sometimes we'll pull back a few bucks and then run again. Especially for bigger positions as they attempt to profit take. They need to do it over a longer period of time. BBBY, not great. You know, I think we're seeing more weekly capitulation. We're seeing more leap capitulation at the $10 strike, obviously, as BBBY falls away from the resistance there. A lot of what was supporting BBBY at this price level was those $10 leaps, and it's now falling. Remember, though, it will probably sustain a price above 833 until they complete that at the money offering, because that is their projected range for it. And lastly, Revlon was just dead today. Barely any volume traded. I'm really interested to see how the next couple days play out on it, especially Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday next week, as those are the corresponding days for the big run when they pushed it off of Reg Show. So we'll see how that goes. Fubo, yeah, I could go over it. I mean, it mostly just tracked with the market today. It's extremely index exposed, so it's just gonna kind of move with the market unless some sort of volatility breaks it away from that trend in the near term. I know Monday's Labor Day. Tuesday. Monday will be pretty flat. Tuesday, Wednesday. I said Tuesday repeatedly. Anyway, that's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at whatever time I wake up. Have a good one, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Creon, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.